How's it going, everybody? It is the Kage Level Foxes, my channel. I talk about anime, video games, cartoons, most notably Sonic and Ninja Turtles. And today, tonight, I am doing the live stream. Yep, that's right. Yep, it is 8:50, and here I am doing the live stream. Yeah, I planned on doing the live stream and stuff. Kind of wanted to do it a little bit earlier, but now's a good time, anyways. Um, because I have some stuff I wanted to kind of talk about. Nothing too crazy. Well, some of it, I guess, depends on the what you call it. But I'm gonna probably talk about some of the crazy stuff in the beginning, and then talk about pretty much the gist of it. But yeah, yeah. So yeah, pretty much having a pretty nice day and stuff. It was my day off. It's the weekend, so Saturday. So pretty much, what did I do? Stayed in for a bit. Malcolm in the Middle. If anyone remembers that old show, Malcolm in the Middle from the 2000s, well, they had a pillow series called Malcolm in the Middle. Life is Still Unfair, which this is a 4 episode limited series and stuff. Um, yeah, crazy how it's 4 episodes, but at least we're getting something from that, which is kind of crazy too because I was actually rewatching Malcolm in the Middle like last year and stuff. Because the show is so great and so hilarious and stuff. It's been a while since I've seen it because I used to watch it back when it used to be on like Nick at Night and stuff, like years ago, like a long time ago, of course. And then I decided I got Hulu, so why not watch Malcolm in the Middle? And then they announced the revival series after I finished watching it a few months afterwards, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So then here it is. The revival just came out yesterday, and it's pretty nice. I still enjoy it. The actors and the characters are very on point from like where we last left off with them and stuff. Um, but yeah, so pretty much it's about like Malcolm and stuff. He's kind of moved away from his family and stuff, and like has a daughter, and he's a single dad and whatnot. And he's in a relationship with a girl from his job and all that stuff, and he's been pretty much trying to avoid his family for like a long time and stuff, and he kind of was hiding the truth from his daughter and everybody and all this other stuff, and yeah, so a lot of that started to like pretty much the series is about all that stuff kind of coming down on Malcolm and stuff like, oh, yeah, where everybody found out it's like, oh, so Malcolm has been just trying to avoid us purposefully, and he hasn't been like, oh, he's slummed with work or whatever and stuff like that. So that's something. So of course we got of course the brothers. You got Francis. He's the oldest. Francis is actually kind of my favorite character from Malcolm in the Middle and stuff. I always enjoyed Francis's subplots where he's always like, he's at military school or something like that. Because I'm like, damn, how do you be so crazy that like do something so crazy that you get sent to military school, and then your plot, is like, I'm like, man, that is wild. I don't know. I mean, that's what it used to be wild to me when I was like younger and stuff, and it still kind of is. But I like Francis though; he's hilarious and stuff. And this dude, he has so much like mother issues and stuff like that, and I'm just like, damn. But I don't know. But in a way, I can kind of relate though. And then even Malcolm in this show is starting to sound a lot like Francis and stuff. How he be Vincent to Lois and stuff is like, yeah, he's like, you made me do this. Like that was hilarious. But yeah, but Francis, and then Reese, he's the second oldest and stuff. He's kind of like he's a little bit of a meathead, the bully and stuff. But you know, he's good at cooking, which they didn't really touch up on the show about Reese's culinary skills though. But Reese is like a freaking culinary genius though. But yeah, Reese, and then you got Malcolm and stuff, who's supposed to be the middle brother, and then like, and he's the genius of the family. And then there's Dewey and stuff, where Dewey he was originally the youngest, but now Dewey's also technically also the middle child as well. Where Dewey, he was just a little kid and stuff, but eventually he grew up and became like more of a musical kind of genius and stuff. And then the show, since the actor didn't come back, they had recasted Dewey sort of to be played by somebody else, but they kind of played on it where he's not actually like in the same room as everybody. He's kind of like in another country and stuff like that or whatever. He's in yeah, I think he's in Europe and stuff, and he's playing for the Queen and stuff. So he really made it. Just like Malcolm and Dewey have really made it up in life compared to everybody else, and in a lot of ways. But yeah, but that's because, like I said, the actor that originally played Dewey back in the show, he didn't want to like really come back, which would have been cool if he did, but he just didn't want to come back because he just gave up acting and stuff. What's up, X Kid? How you doing, bro? Uh, have I watched Daredevil Born Again season two? To be honest with you, no, I have not. I know I've been on some of Jay Leno's streams where I talked about. I'm just gonna talk about Daredevil Born Again real quick. I know I've been on like watching some of Jay Leno's streams, and I've been listening to some spoilers or watching clips online and stuff like that about Daredevil Born Again season two. Looks pretty promising. I'm not gonna deny it. Looks way better than season one because I only saw season one of Born Again. Didn't really think season one was all that. I thought it was kind of middling, to be honest with you, and it just made a lot of like mistakes and whatnot with those characters. Where just like, okay, this is a slow burn just to get Matt Murdock to become Daredevil again, where he becomes like Daredevil at the end of the show, but he's still Matt Murdock during like you know what I mean, like. Yeah, and I didn't like. Okay, so now season two is starting to get into it where okay, finally we're starting to kind of get what we semi kind of wanted, where he's more of being Daredevil and stuff like that, and you get more of Bullseye, so that's fun. Um, Kingpin is like still the mayor and all that stuff, causing trouble. So yeah, it's a lot. So it's pretty nice. But like I said, I haven't seen it myself. I just seen the clips. I know he killed Bullseye killed Vanessa in the previous episode, so that's pretty interesting. Uh, but yeah, I'm like, well, yeah. And honestly, I was kind of surprised they even had that Disney actually allowed that, because of how hard they were trying to push Vanessa. But I'm gonna guarantee you, they're probably gonna have Vanessa be like some kind of apparition or something like that. Like even after her death and stuff, like Kingpin's gonna probably like visualize Vanessa like talking in his ear or something like that or whatever, and that's how they're still gonna utilize that character, even though she's like physically dead. But that's just my take on it, though. But we'll have to see. And then I heard Defenders is like, going to show up in season three of Daredevil, which I'm like, that's great and all, but they should have been in season two. That's just how I feel on that. I'm like, man, if you got all the good stuff and stuff, why not bring it to the forefront already? And that was the same problem with season one, where they were waiting like too long just to get to the good stuff, and like wasted on like I don't know expedition and fluff. And sometimes, trust me, I get expedition and stuff. Is sometimes needed, but like, come on. But anyways, that's just my take on Daredevil Born Again season two. But let me get back to Malcolm in the Middle. So yeah, so there's Dewey, and then the other kids, or the other two, is the youngest is Jamie, which Jamie was in the show and stuff because Lois had got pregnant in the later seasons, and she had Jamie, who's the youngest at the time, the youngest son, and whatnot. But we didn't really get like a whole handle on like what Jamie's character was like because he was like a little kid. And then we ended up getting Kelly and stuff, which Kelly, she wasn't in the original show. This is her first time kind of appearing in the show, but they kind of revealed that Lois was pregnant around the time when Malcolm and Reese were graduating high school. Yeah, like around the time where Malcolm and Reese were graduating high school. So Lois and Hal kind of had like Kelly and stuff. So she's like, the youngest child, and she's the only girl in the family, the sister, and she's kind of on that whole, binary type of stuff or whatever, and blah blah blah. It is what it is. I mean, but it makes sense though, modern age and everything. But yeah, so that's pretty much Malcolm and his siblings and stuff. Um, but yeah, and then you got Hal and Lois, of course, the parents, and man, they were hilarious as ever. Like every time, even though like Malcolm and Reese are like grown and stuff, like Lois be like, like she'd be like talking to them like her children. I mean, they are her children, but I mean, she like talks to them like, "How dare you!" Like, man, it's hilarious. You have a daughter and you didn't tell us, young man. Like, man, oh my god, this is hilarious. It kind of reminds me of some of my own cousins and stuff too. In my family, like where I kind of grew up with like two of my cousins and stuff, and their mom, my what my first cousin twice removed. She was like, I remember like I think two Christmases ago, she was like, even though my cousins still live with her, their mom and all that, she was like, she called out their names. She was like, Deontay, Jimmy, and she was like, wait, like even though my one of my cousins wasn't there, and she wasn't. I don't know. It's just like a force of habit, but old school type of stuff. But anyways, let me get back to Malcolm and Mill. But yeah, but this was a really good. good, like definitely something you need to check out, especially if you've watched the original Malcolm in the Middle series. You'll definitely enjoy it and stuff. It's definitely nice seeing some of these characters and stuff after so long, and like what they've been up to in a way, or how they've like obviously for some of the actors that might have passed away in between the time, like Otto's actor, he used to be Little Rancher. That Francis used to work for. That actor had passed away, so they killed off the character in the show. But his wife Gretchen is still alive, so she was kind of there, talking to Piama and stuff. Francis's wife, um, which I was like, damn, Francis and Piama and still don't have any kids yet. And then in the show, spoiler alert, Francis finally gets Piama pregnant. It's like, man, we've been trying for a minute and stuff to like to have kids, but no dice. But finally, and then Francis is trying to get Lois to like to prioritize. Like she has a list of things, and like Francis is at like number 8, like her and Piama when it comes to having this child. And he's like, you can't be serious. Out of all the things you want to pray for, yeah. So that's something. But anyways, what else? Oh yeah, and then Spangler, Francis is former military uh, school principal, headmaster. Yeah, Spangler. He was hilarious too, Commodore. But yeah, that actor had also passed away too. So they killed him off in the show. The grandma of of like Malcolm's grandma, like in all them. Lois's mom, she passed since the actress had passed away. Obviously, they killed off her character too and stuff. And they had a scene where like Malcolm and Francis were like at her funeral and stuff, and they were like, a flashback where they were just pouring out her ashes and was like, look, I deserve to pour out her ashes. I did so and so for her and all this other stuff. So, but yeah. But Malcolm and Mill, it's like, man, such a good old classic show where I mean, and I know like one of my boys, Ashes and stuff, he doesn't really like soundtracks when it comes to some of these sitcoms and stuff. But Malcolm in the Middle is like one of those instances, especially back in the 2000s, where it didn't have a laugh track or anything, and they were just naturally just funny. Like trust me, a lot of scenes and stuff like that. Yeah, but yeah, like they'll have a lot of scenes and stuff where like, oh no, it's just really funny and stuff, and you don't need a laugh track to remind you to laugh or whatever. It felt real, felt like genuine and stuff, legit advice, legit like just everything, So, but yeah, so I was watching Malcolm in the Middle, so that was pretty fun. Um, but yeah, and I even saw a little bit of a short like an interview from the actor that plays Malcolm, Frankie. I can't remember all of his name, but Frankie Muntz or something like that. But he was saying like, yeah, the revival series is kind of like a think of it like a movie. It's not like an actual like, oh, this is gonna be a full on series where like, yeah, it's just 4 episodes. So just think of it like, just watch it like it's a movie basically, and that's what I did. So I just yeah. Oh, don't spoil the show. You're gonna check it out, X Kid. Well, that's all I got. I mean, there's not really too much to really say. It's like 4 episodes, but you'll enjoy it. Hey, how's it going? I finally can use YouTube after even uh you trying 1,000 of VPNs. Nice. Well, it's nice to have you, and it's just in time too. Where I decided to finally do a live stream and stuff. I was thinking about doing one last week, but stuff happens, people were around and stuff like that, and I was like, or stuff happens or whatever, or time goes by. So I was like, all right, well, I'll just do it this week. So yeah. So we can definitely have some fun tonight and stuff. So that's all I wanted to talk about with Malcolm in the Middle. I might talk a little bit about politics and stuff for a minute with you guys since it's the beginning of the stream and stuff. So hopefully I don't chase you guys away or have you unsubscribe from my channel and stuff because of my politics. But let me get into it. So basically, the other day when I was at my job, I was listening to this one YouTuber. I can't remember his name, but basically he was reacting to Blur Without Fear and stuff, and I kind of disagreed with his take and Blur Without Fear's take and stuff because Blur Without Fear, and I really like I've known about Blur Without Fear for a couple of years now, and I'm going to be honest with you, I never really liked the guy, and this just is all the more proof because basically there's another YouTuber, Comics Explain. Don't really watch his channel and stuff, but I do know who Blur Without Fear is though, Ernie. So basically, what happened was Blur Without Fear, back around like February during like Black History Month. decided to take it upon himself to like antagonize Comic Books Explained by saying that, oh well, um, I think he's an uncle, or I think he's a coon and stuff like that because he doesn't cover black stuff, or he doesn't talk about Milestone and stuff, or whatever and all that. You see the Punisher One Last Kill trailer? Yeah, I did actually see the I did see it. Um I can't say I'm really that interested, or I don't understand why they're calling it Punisher One Last Kill, like this is like Rambo Last Blood or something like that. Because I mean, Punisher's obviously gonna be showing up in Spider-Man, so I don't know why. But whatever. But that's all I can say on that. But going back to what I was saying, like, so Blur Without Fear, so he decided, oh well, yeah, since Comic Books Explained doesn't talk about black comics like Milestone and stuff like that, even though Comics Explained kind of said, the reason why I don't talk about Milestone is because I'm not really interested in that kind of thing. I feel like they try to pander to me and stuff, being black or whatever and stuff like that, and blase blase. And yeah, he's obligated to not talk about Milestone. I mean, me, like for me personally, I do like Milestone and stuff. I kind of told you guys I started to get into it back in December before it blew up with the whole Black History Month stuff in February. And I actually finished around like before February this year with my first compendium book of Milestone, and it was pretty good, because I kind of wanted to know more about like Static, Icon, Rocket, and hardware and stuff, and of course, Blood Syndicate was a bonus, and I'm not saying it's my favorite, but it's all right. And there was something else cool too. Exobi, didn't really care for that series. I'm not gonna lie to you, the first three that I mentioned, Static, Hardware, and Icon and Rocket, yeah, I do kind of care more about those series more so than not. And yeah, and I definitely do like. I'm definitely looking forward to like reading more about that though. But anyways, but if Comic Books Explained doesn't like those characters, then I mean he doesn't like those characters. It is what it is and stuff. But Blur Without Fear, made this whole like tangent and stuff, and was like, oh well, he supports manga creators and stuff, and he supports or people that are like, I don't know, like conservatives and all this other crap or whatever, you know. And I swear to God, it's stuff like that. When people say dumbass shit like that online and stuff, they create this whole division, which I really do not like because that's definitely becoming such a thing now in like pop culture and stuff with like in our like nerd space or whatever, that now everything has to be politicized, where we kind of turn to these things to get away from politics and stuff, and now you want to bring that over into our spaces and be like, oh well, we're gonna, like, come on, like for me, I'm not a political person, I'm independent and all that. I don't have I don't have a specific political aisle. I'm not Republican, I'm not Democrat, I'm none of that stuff. I don't really care. um if I had to say, as far as like not party wise, but I guess I was sort of like in terms of beliefs, maybe lean towards conservative a little bit, but because I kind of value a little bit more traditional values more so than not. That's just how I am. But anyways, but yeah, I'm more so independent and all that stuff. But yeah. But yeah, but I just hate when like people like Blur Without Fear just does shit like that, is because it just creates division and all that stuff. So yeah, and then he also thrown out Eric July, and he's probably bitter, like he's probably salty too about how Eric July and him had debated, and Eric July kind of embarrassed him and stuff like that. So it's kind of weird how every time, even like Sean James, because I mean I just got into it with another YouTuber, Sean James, in his comment section, which one of his videos got recommended to me, and even he's also trying to go on this tirade and say, oh well, Eric July's a conservative and he's a MAGA supporter, even though he's none of those things. Eric July obviously has a YouTube channel where he talks about politics and stuff, and he will tell you straight up that he's a libertarian. He's not a liberal anymore. He's not a conservative. He's definitely not a Trump supporter, and he's definitely not a Biden supporter. He's none of that stuff. Okay. Honestly, Eric July said it before, but honestly, he kind of wishes to abolish them. That he, like, if it was up to him, he would love to abolish the government if he could, or law enforcement and all that other type of stuff. Abolish schools. That's not exactly a conservative position, you know. But yeah. But anyways, let me check out some of these comments. Wonder Man got a season two. Yeah, I heard. I mean, I don't really have much to really comment on that. Besides, that's kind of a stupid idea. I think every conversation ends up about politics as long as the U.S. decided to create a two-party system, even though Washington warned not to do it on his own deathbed. Damn, really. But yeah, yeah. I mean, sometimes it might boil down to that. I mean, hey, I'm not saying that sometimes in comic books, they don't have political moments or whatever and stuff like that. It does. But back then, it used to be more nuanced than anything. Um, it used to be like very nuanced with the politics and stuff. Even like I just talked about Milestone and stuff, where Milestone is not telling you whether or not to believe in what's right or what's wrong and stuff. You know, it's up to you or your choice of like what you want to follow, what you subscribe to in terms of your beliefs, and that's just the truth. Or you know, like because like I said, back then things used to be more nuanced than that. You know, like take Green Lantern and Green Arrow. You know, Hal Jordan and Oliver Queen, like Green Lantern, he's a conservative, right? Oliver Queen, he's a liberal, you know. Um, so you have like the intergalactic space cop, and you got the Robin Hood archetype that likes to like fight for the people that can't really defend for themselves and stuff, like the minorities and all this other stuff, or the little guy and everything, you know. Like that's kind of like their characters and stuff, but yet they're best friends. And the reason why they're dynamic inside that I think it was a storyline that who was it? Um Dennis O'Neil, I think he wrote, but it was back in the what was it? The not the Silver Age, the Bronze Age, the start of the Bronze Age comics back in the 70s, where there was a run where there were moments where they would both call each other out on certain things, you know, like things, yeah, where like for example, Green Arrow would tell Hal Jordan like you have this power ring and stuff, and you have all this power. Well, why not help out the minorities like these black people and stuff like that? Even though technically speaking, I mean, Hal does technically save the planet, so he's yeah. But that's just my outlook on it though. But he was kind of like, I guess you're right, Ollie, or like when Hal called out Ollie when Roy Harper, his sidekick, you know, Speedy got addicted to like heroin and stuff and became like a drug addict and everything. And then Hal was like, well, Ollie, if you're so high and mighty and stuff, then how come your own ward is on like on drugs and all that in his and then became a junkie? So, you know, like I said, sometimes there's nuance to it. There's a right and there's a wrong where both sides can be right, both sides can be wrong. It happens, you know. But but a lot of people like to take that now and be like, oh no, all these heroes would agree with me and my political side of things, or whatever, and stuff like that. Or you'll see like fan art, even like Sonic and stuff. Like people will be like, oh, well, Sonic would agree with me on my politics. No, he wouldn't. Like, and trust me, I know Sonic as a character because Sonic is my favorite character in general, right? Like my favorite video game character and everything, but probably my favorite character in general. And the thing about Sonic is like Sonic, how do I put this? Sonic doesn't care about politics and stuff. Sonic is literally somebody that is like free from all that stuff. He doesn't care, you know? Like, I mean, he'll be like, I mean, if you believe in what you want to believe in, as long as you're not really inflicting harm or you're involving other people and you're like, you know what I mean? Like, then that works for him, you know? But but yeah, but people will try to like use the character and have them like attack their political enemies and stuff like that or whatever. I remember I called out this one artist on Instagram about that. Or let me tell you this one time, like Chris Allen and stuff. Chris Allen, he actually he was a TMNT artist from like the Archie comics. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I was kind of deciding he might be actually my favorite TMNT artist, but you know, after what he had did, I was like, you know what, forget him because he did a drawing where I think it was Donatello punching Donald Trump or something in the face, and I'm like, here we go with this because it's supposed to be a reference to like Raph punching Adolf Hitler like he did back in the Archie comic in the face or whatever. So now it's Donatello punching Donald Trump in the face. So I called him out in his comments on Instagram, and then he was all like, "We got it, like we definitely got into it." And then I think he took down his like Instagram account or whatever. I literally have the screenshots to like kind of like to prove that and everything. But let me go to the comments. I see Ashes and XZ Kid are also talking. I see X Kid brought up Marvel Zombies is getting a second season. Again, don't really care. No offense. Random topic. Do you think Sega should completely abandon the Boost formula? sure it needs a rest after a decade, but it still unleashed colors and generations were fun because of that. Yeah, I wouldn't say completely retire it, but yeah, they could. It would probably work better just to like have it just sit out in a few games or something like that. Because the thing with Sonic is like Sonic, we kind of need a little bit more exploration when it comes to the games and stuff. Because I mean, I understand Sonic prides itself on speed and getting through the levels as quickly as possible and stuff like that to be like the challenge. But I mean, but sometimes it is nice to like kind of explore, find certain things, and you can definitely do that with the boost formula, where sometimes you might miss certain things when you're playing like the games and stuff. You'll miss that red star in that moment, and you can't go back. So you might have to like restart the level or something like that, or finish the level first, and then come back to that later to like get the So I get it, but sometimes you just want to kind of just look around and just like explore the environment itself and stuff. And I kind of miss some of that aspect, like in Sonic Adventure 1 or Sonic Adventures 2, or even Sonic Heroes and stuff. So I mean, I definitely get it. But anyways, let me get back to the politics though. Yeah, the boring stuff. So anyways, so I don't really like how people are like getting on like Eric July over that, which I'm like, damn, what is he? What does he got to do with anything? And then it's funny too because Eric July just posted a video too, talking about the whole comics explained situation. Like, let me, I guess I'll probably pull that up then. Hmm. It looks like Comics Explained just put out a video too that he's taking a break from YouTube. I'm not gonna watch that right now though. I'm not really subscribed to him, but since I've been checking out some of his videos recently, or I tried to checking out his live stream, it seems like, uh, you know, and I'm pretty sure it has something to do with obviously Blur Without Fear trying to be all like, oh well, trying to start drama with him. And what's funny to me is like Blur Without Fear, the guy tried to claim that, well, I was trying to walk away and be the bigger man. The bigger man, yeah, right. Even though you're the one that instigated everything in the first place, and you're the one that kind of started like that created the situation because you felt the need to like talk all this crap about comic books explained. But okay, honestly wish we got more polished frontiers combined with Sonic Adventure 1 and Rise of Lyric Mechanics and mini games. Also add Unleashed Hub Worlds. I think it would be perfect. Yeah, that could work. I mean, I definitely did like the Hub Worlds from like the PS3, Xbox 360, Sonic Unleashed port and stuff, where you can kind of like walk around, talk to some people and stuff, and like do X, Y, and Z, and then go to the certain stages or like find like ways to like get in to like just get in there. But anyways, let me play this video real quick.
So there are posts going around saying that Comics Explained stated explicitly that he's not going to cover the Rippaverse. And if you don't know who that is, he's one of the biggest comic book YouTubers. Now, I want to start by saying this. Nobody is obligated to cover the Rippaverse. Oddly enough, I sort of defended him when a different YouTuber was upset at him for not covering the comics that he wanted him to.
AKA Let Without Fear. But yeah, but I guess that's some backstabbing right there, huh? But anyways, what was I saying about but yeah, it's just weird with this whole Eric July situation where people always have to feel the need to bring him up and be like, oh well, you know, but even though he's a successful black indie creator and stuff, but you want to talk all this mess about him, or oh well, you know, even when I was like getting into with Sean James and stuff, Sean James was like, well, his the quality of his books aren't great, and he supports somebody like Kyle Renner because he took a picture with him or he associates himself with geeks and gamers. Okay, well, just because you take a picture with somebody or you talk to people and you're friends with people, that doesn't mean like again their politics or their beliefs are going to be your beliefs. Like you can be a let's say an atheist or something, right? And you can have like you can have Christian friends that go to church or God fearing people and stuff. Does that make you a Christian in return? No. Or that atheist a Christian? No. Or you can be a Christian and have an atheist friend, but again, vice versa. Like, does it? No, that's not how that works.
Because to me, one of the cringiest things on the internet is individual creators trying to dictate what others should do with their platforms. Now, anytime that I've mentioned folks not covering the Rippaverse, it's really to just prove a point, and this proves that point. Look, guys, this is just how the Rippaverse is handled by the broader comic book space with exclusion. But I do want to be clear about something. Most people in this space have no idea what my actual positions are. They probably know that I'm not a leftist, and they probably know that I'm cordial with creators that they don't like. They might remember that back when I was like primarily doing the YouTube thing, I would on occasion point to like some of the social messaging in modern comics or call out tokenization. Now, somehow they skipped over all of those positive reviews, but that's it. Those are my great sins. And I wasn't out there being extreme. I was a comic book fan who had opinions about comic books. But let's be honest, Comics Explained has covered books by creators who are politically outspoken. Vida Ayala, for example, isn't exactly apolitical. He's had no problem covering her, or rather her books. And to be fair to him, he's primarily covered the mainstream, so you can't really expect him to cover the Rippaverse, as that would be slightly a pivot. Now, I want to be respectful because I genuinely don't think this is about one single person. This is about a culture where acknowledging the Rippaverse is treated as a risk, where giving us a fair shake could get you attacked by the very audience that you cultivated. And I understand that. I'm not mad at the individual. I'm just pointing out this system. We've sold several 100,000 books across multiple titles from multiple creative teams, whether you like us or not. We are one of, if not the biggest independent new publisher of the last 5 years. The only way they talk about us is to delegitimize us, to say that everything we produce is the worst thing ever.
And that's very true. Every time they'd be like, even when I was on like Jay Leno's stream, I think it was the video or the stream we were talking about with like why black people don't like, you know what I mean, don't support black characters and stuff. And like nerd culture was is toxic was on there, and me and him kind of like went back and forth a little bit on that, where I brought up Eric July, and he was like, "Oh well, I don't like Eric July, just because," or "I just don't like the art in his books," even though the art in his books is not perfect, but it definitely is like reminiscent of like the classic 2000s like art styles and stuff from back then. So I think that's and I think that's kind of an appealing in itself, right? But I don't know. But he was just making up several excuses. It was like, oh, well, I don't like Eric July because I think he plays both sides. And that's the thing too. Like, who the hell cares about a person's politics and stuff? It's like, is their stuff good or not? Hey, what's happening, Sonic Rush? It's been a while. Oh yeah, and I saw their video on you know who um and stuff being back or whatever. I tried to find his TikTok and stuff, not to like leave a comment or anything, but just to like check him out, check out his videos or something like that. Didn't exactly find it, but well, I found it his old TikTok from a couple years ago though. But yeah, but if you feel the need to want to like do a call involving you know who and stuff, you can definitely please invite me to that call because I would love to talk to you know who directly and stuff like that. We could just like yeah. But anyways, how you doing on this weekend, bro? I'm just talking about like a little politics and a little bit of like this whole division with Blurt Without Fear and Comics Explained, and why I don't really like Blurt Without Fear all that much, and why people be hating on Eric July and stuff. But yeah, and then another thing too that people be getting on with Eric July, like we're not getting on him, but like yeah, he's just a YouTuber that has his own comic book take sometimes, like you know. And again, you don't have to agree with all of like Eric's comic book takes. Like, for example, we all know like oh the Miles Morales situation. Like the moment Eric started saying he doesn't like Miles Morales and he thinks that he's a tokenized Black Spider-Man or he's like Peter Darker and all this other stuff, everybody try to copy him and try to be like, oh yeah, that Miles is a token Spider-Man. He is Peter Darker and blase blase and stuff. And it's like, so do you hate the character because of the culture war, or do you actually like legit like hate Miles, or is he like an unlikable character or whatever? Because I don't get that, you know. But that's just me. But I think Miles is okay. Or, uh, one of another one of Eric July's hot takes. He doesn't like multiverses and stuff, right? And multiverses, they're not bad. I never hated like the multiverse, but I do get it though. The multiverse is kind of like, sometimes like especially in recent years, it's kind of played out where they definitely do a little bit too much of like the multiverse stuff or whatever. But yeah, but I mean, I never hated it in general. I mean, I do like I would like to see some villains like Owlman, Superwoman, Ultraman, and stuff like that. Crime Syndicate. Give me 1 second. I think my dog is doing something that she's not supposed to be doing. All right, I am back. Um, yeah, but anyways, back to what I was saying though. But yeah, like the multiverses and stuff, or I mean multiverse and stuff. Like, I mean, it's not a like horrible thing, right? It's not like I hate the multiverse or anything, but obviously he does. So it kind of became like this whole culture war kind of thing that every time Eric July has like a hot take or an opinion about comics and stuff, people will kind of make it a part of the culture war. That's just my outlook on it. But anyways, let me play this video.
Despite the fact that, again, we have varying titles from varying creators with varying styles. This is also why I've never understood when people say things like, well, the Rippaverse is irrelevant because certain corners of the internet don't talk about us. Think about what those corners actually are. What, Reddit forums that ban you for speaking positively about the Rippaverse, comic book shops that refuse to carry our books because we aren't distributed by their two major distributors, contain like social media pockets where it's taboo to even mention us because people will attack you for daring to give us a fair shot. So we appreciate every single person who spreads the word about what we're building here. And we've long expected to be largely ignored and boxed out by the mainstream. So this isn't new. This isn't at all surprising. If anything, it's confirming what we've said all along, that the mainstream isn't necessarily a meritocracy, it's a club. And we were never going to be invited in. And that's why we built our own thing in the first place.
Tonight, in your spacious La Quinta suite, you can be the agent of destruction.
I'm waiting for that skip button, but I'm pretty sure he already finished up the video, didn't he? Yep. But yeah, I mean, and that's the thing too. And then people will also like try to say like, oh, Eric July is a grifter and he's only using the culture war to like push his books. Is he though? Like, I know like in the beginning, like obviously Eric July used to definitely like be one of the like talking like faces or whatever about the whole culture war and stuff. But then eventually he just gave up the fight and was like, you know what? DC and Marvel is obviously not going to get better. And why should I even care at this point when I can like do my own stuff and put out my own books and stuff like that? So if you're interested, check out the Rippaverse. He just said it plainly like that. And people are like, oh shit, I want to see what Eric July is going to do. And then, obviously Eric July did what he did. And, the Rippaverse is still like flourishing and stuff. People are like, oh, well, it's not, each campaign is not making $1 million, even though you don't have to make $1 million to be a successful campaign. Yes, is Eric July's Rippaverse bigger than DC and Marvel? No. Yeah, no, it's not bigger than DC and Marvel yet or anything, but he's still pretty consistent. He's still doing a lot more better than what a lot of independent creators wish that they could do. Even when I was talking about like Sean James and stuff, I'm like, bro, this kind of comes off as jealousy, the way how you talk, because you're an independent creator. And I guarantee you that if you were in Eric July's position and stuff like that, you would probably be like, singing a different tune or whatever than you're talking about right now. But that's just me. What's happening in Tiki Toby? Let's see what you got to say. Would they soon give canon voices to both Surge, Kitsunani, or Kit, Dr. Starline, Lana Lynn, Jewel, Sully, Rough and Tumble, the park ranger and his son. I don't know about the park ranger and his son being that prominent, and his son Ash, just as they did with Tango Whisper and Valados. Valados. Let me try to remember who that was. To answer your question, I don't think all of them is gonna get. Oh, huh. And not remember this character from the comics. Oh yeah, yeah, he was in the 30th anniversary for the thing. But do I think they will get canon voices? I would say it's definitely likely for Surge, Kasuni. I mean, I said Kasuni. Surge, Kit, Dr. Starline is a possibility because remember they killed off his character, so I don't know if they'll bring him back or not. Lanolin is a strong possibility. Jewel is definitely a strong possibility. Possibly this character solely. I know is that character that's like what a sugar glider and stuff, possibly, but we'll have to wait and see. This character only had like a few appearances. Rough and Tumble, more likely, yeah, they might get some voices. But the park ranger and his son, probably not, because they're just, again, not that prominent. But yeah. But anyways, but yeah, going back to what I was saying though. So yeah, that's the whole, like the situation there. And to be honest with you, and this is where I might get a little, like a little sort of opinionated with my stuff. But like I said, I don't like this whole well we gotta throw shade at like Blur Without Fear and stuff. So I'm well yeah. And the guy that I was watching him do a reaction, or the reaction guy that was talking about let me see what Ash is talking about. Been discussing some stuff lately, I guess. I accepted opinions, but I can't understand someone saying seriously that MJ and Romance and Raimi's trilogy was written better than Gwen and the Amazing Spider-Man movies. Yeah, it wasn't. But as you don't have to always bring that up in every conversation, because I notice with my Spider-Man videos sometimes you just be bringing it up and be like, I mean, yes, we get it. MJ was not she was definitely not written to be a good love interest in the Sam Raimi stuff or whatever. And I know a lot of the character videos and stuff kind of break down or whatever. That MJ kind of ain't shit in those movies and stuff like that. I get that, I really do, but that's just me though. But anyways, but I don't like how like Blur Biosphere is like he's a Trump supporter or something like that. I'm like, is he though? And that's quite a label to throw on somebody and stuff like that, And even if he was a Trump supporter, so what? Like I'm just like going to myself like, so what? Who cares? And stuff like, what does that got to do with like I don't know, comic books or video games or whatever and stuff like that? Well, if you're supporting this guy, then he's obviously going to use the money to fund his politics or fund whatever. And I'm just like, you're thinking too deeply about it or whatever and stuff like that. It's just like that's so stupid. And to be honest with you, I don't really believe like a lot of the stuff in the media that people kind of say about Trump. And this is just, I know this is going to be a wild take, but I really don't believe that every single terrible thing that the media says about Donald Trump is really valid or accurate. Because I'm like, it's 2026, and in this day and age, you're telling me that Trump is racist, homophobic, misogynistic, all this other bullcrap and stuff like that, which, in my opinion, I feel like that's just, a bunch of labels that you use on somebody to kind of like make them like look bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, because those are the worst things to kind of be in America right now is like to be all those things or problematic. Now, granted, I would probably say Trump, he probably is a little bit of a sexist, or not even a sexist, but more so of a womanizer, because that dude used to definitely sleep around with a lot of women back in his day and stuff like that. Like, and that's the billionaire playboy type, like how he was back then, where you had that kind of money and stuff. I mean, the man's been through like 3 marriages, and his current wife is like pretty much old enough to be like his daughter, which is weird. But I mean, that's kind of, on brand though. But yes, I don't believe a lot of what the media says about Trump though, because I'm just like, you guys kind of just want to say that to like really just demonize him. And I feel like there's probably a bigger conspiracy going on where I feel like, honestly, I feel like, how do I put this with the media? Trump knows something, or he's about to expose a lot of people for some stuff that they don't want to get out there. So they're trying really hard to kind of demonize him, because I've never seen so much pushback on like one guy unless he was really about to out somebody for something. You know what I'm saying? So like take some of the people like The View, like Whoopi Goldberg and that other chick. or whatever, all they do is talk about how much they don't like Trump, how much they don't like blase and politics and stuff 24/7. I don't even think that's the objective. Like that's even the objective of the show, but they talk about it all the damn time and stuff, right? And then guess whose names come up on the Epstein files? Whoopi Goldberg and I think it was Joy Behar or somebody like that. Yeah, um, their names pop up, or like Ellen DeGeneres. I think she literally fled the country, and she also used to talk all this stuff about Trump too, right? And on top of that, she was an associate of P Diddy. So yeah, you know, but and it's also kind of weird too how people like try to go on Trump about this type of stuff and was like, oh, well, release the Epstein files. What's the matter? You're on the files. You're gonna be, you know what I mean, like stuff like that. And I'm like, so wait. So because some people do actually make a good point whenever they're defending this subject, where they're like, so wait, why do you want Trump to put out the Epstein files to kind of self-incriminate himself? You think when why didn't you just ask this during like I don't know Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's like administration when they were the president and vice president, but all of a sudden you want to ask it for now with Trump? And I'm like, that's a pretty valid point. But anyways, let me read some of this comments. I know I'm getting a little on it. I'm seeing Tiki and Ashes a lot. The park ranger, yeah, I know. Speaking of Donald Trump, not wanting to talk about politics in this stream. No, I already decided. That's why I titled this stream "Real Talks" because I am gonna kind of go there for a little bit, but I want to cover this in the beginning just to get it out the way so we can talk about the fun stuff later. But anyways, not disrespecting anyone's political opinion, but Trump bombed an elementary school in Iran, killing Iranian children. Oh, can't say I know too much about that, but I guess that is probably on the news or something. Trump is a war criminal and a child killer. My biggest concern is the Epstein case is conveniently swept under the carpet after Trump started to call the duty campaign in Iran. Trump is friends with the groomer Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, was he though? Because sometimes you never really know when it comes to certain people, especially in like power and stuff like, or let's say, I'm gonna use an example here because this kind of reminds me of the situation. But if anyone remembers Smallville, right? Smallville used to be a show about kind of like obviously it's a spin-off of Superman or whatever, where it's kind of following him, like it's like a prequel following him in his teenage days and stuff like that to his eventual growth into becoming Superman, right? And on the show created a character called Chloe Sullivan. So you know where I'm going with this here. So the actress that played Chloe, her name was Allison Mack, right? And Allison Mack used to be she was a reoccurring character on Smallville from like start to finish, right? And they didn't really find out Allison Mack was a part of like this whole child trafficking and all this other stuff or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like they didn't know. Michael Rosenbaum, the dude that played Lex Luthor, he didn't know. He was like saying, I kind of see Allison and the chick that played Lana Lang kind of like my sisters and stuff growing up on set. Not like I saw them like that or anything, but just like, oh, well, I saw them like they were kind of like my family and stuff. And it was crazy as hell to find out that Allison was doing all this stuff or whatever, like child trafficking or whatever. And like turns out she was like blackmailed or something like that into doing it, which I don't know how you get blackmailed into, like, I don't know what you did to get blackmailed into doing child trafficking, but, stuff like that. So does that make like Michael Rosenbaum or Tom Welling or any of them like, oh, because they were associates with Allison Mack to be, yeah, a part of that child trafficking thing? Not really. The major problem is that people can put everyone on that list. So like imagine us being there because, who accusations. Let's see. What's happening, Mal? There's a picture of Donald Trump meeting with Jeffrey Epstein way before Jeffrey Epstein's arrest. Yeah, way before. Like, again, just because you know somebody, that doesn't mean you're guilty by default. But, some people care too much about politics. People need to just live their lives and worry about themselves. Exactly how I feel. That's why I was saying, like, Mal, like, at the beginning of my stream, I was like, see, I'm not a political person myself either. Like, that's why I kind of, like, I pride myself on being more of a like apolitical person or more so like independent, where I'm like, okay, I'm obviously into fiction, all this other stuff, video games, whatever, um, or going to the gym, or my own lifestyle, drawing, or whatever, animation. Like I'm into all that stuff, removed from politics. I'm not saying politics doesn't have its place in the world because it does, but it's just not for me, or people kind of like, in politics, it is kind of sometimes strong, just like a person's beliefs, where I get like, okay, or like religion, where people do kind of get iffy when they get challenged on it. But still, it's like, all right, don't try to bring that up in like my territory or whatever. I don't hate Trump, but Jeffrey Epstein is the bad guy. Oh yeah, don't get it twisted. He is definitely a terrible person, Jeffrey Epstein for sure, for all that stuff that he did. Just be glad you're not living in Ukraine, where civilians are literally getting kidnapped to be drafted on the front, as well as prices are beyond sky high. Yeah, I guess yeah, that is definitely a good thing. But then again, I mean, who knows? I mean, I'm not saying it's a good idea to be drafted against your will, but I don't know. I'm just like, well, maybe it might help to have like maybe a purpose in life sometimes to like, to serve for a bit. And then once you get out and stuff and just live your life, that's just how I look at it. Yeah, I am getting a lot of comment. What's happening, Dr. Hino? Welcome to the stream. Just talking a little bit about politics real quick before I get to the good stuff. You're free to listen. Viewer discretion. Donald Trump is a criminal, just like you. All right, we're getting past all this X sex predator, while Trump is a mass murderer. Anyways, but yeah. So where I last leave off with. So yeah, I just feel like the media just tend to demonize him like way too much, and I feel like he's probably on the edge of like really exposing something that they don't want to get out there. That's why I feel like that's what the whole case with the Epstein files and stuff is like, and why some of these like celebrities and stuff like that are like, oh man, because really, like, let's be honest. I'm just saying, like, honestly, the only real people like, okay, let me just say this about Trump, right? I've never seen Trump actually like attack the American people, right, or trash the American people or speak ill about the American people, right? I only see him talk trash about celebrities, um, rival politicians, maybe some illegal immigrants or whatever here and there, um, or whatever. But I never, or what's another thing? Well, yeah, but I never seen him talk trash about like the American citizens that as the president of the United States and everything. Yet I see that with Barack Obama. I see that with Kamala Harris. I see that with like a lot of some of these other politicians and stuff. And yeah, where they talk trash about some of us. Like that's also kind of why I lost my respect for like Barack Obama, which growing up and stuff, I was like around like 8 or 9 when Obama went into office and stuff, and like Obama was like president for like 2 terms, so that's about 8 years, which is like majority of like my childhood right there. So it wasn't until I was like 16, 17 or whatever where like you know um where like he wasn't president anymore, so I was kind of used to him being president for a while. So when I'm like, so I was kind of like confused on, oh, why do some people not like Barack Obama or whatever. But growing up and stuff and like seeing Barack Obama now that we have like technology and stuff like that, I'm just like, yeah, I think I'm losing my respect for him. Like, especially when he was like, "Oh well, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris," like, remember when he like told black guys and stuff? He was like, "Oh well, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris and stuff, then you're disrespecting your moms, your sisters, the black women and stuff out there, um, your grandma, your aunts." I'm like, what? I'm like, excuse me, who do you think you are? Mr. Hussein Barack Obama or Mr. Barack Hussein Obama. Like, bro, no. And then recently too with the Jesse Jackson thing, where Jesse Jackson, this is a civil rights activist and stuff. Which I mean, I used to think Jesse Jackson. I used to get him confused. I got him confused with Jesse Owens. And I was like, wait, Jesse Jackson. I'm like, he's alive. But I was thinking, oh, Jesse Owens and stuff. The athlete. And I was like, oh, okay, okay. But Jesse Jackson, he passed away this year, and then all of a sudden, like Barack Obama Joe Biden and Kamala Harris go to his funeral, but then they make it all about themselves and stuff and talk about how much they don't like Trump and blah blah blah. I'm like, that's there's a time and a place to do that, and this is not the time nor the place. Even his son, Jesse Jackson's son, was like, "Do not talk about your politics here." Then they talked about their politics here, so I'm like, yeah. So he was pissed off about that, and funny enough, Donald Trump is the one that's actually like, you know, I don't think he went to the funeral, but he was kind of, sending his like, his condolences and stuff to Jesse Jackson and everything. So I'm like, isn't that the irony? But anyways, what's happening, Steven? Let me read some of these comments. I know you guys are definitely going at it. Where did I last leave off? Hello. Bad things happen to a lot of people every single day. What am I going to do? Make my entire life mission complaining about it? It sucks, but that's life. Yeah. Yeah. But like I said, sometimes you just got to do things yourself and stuff, work with what you got or whatever. I'm a little tired from all the editing I've been doing with the book. Nice. Yeah. I've been thinking about rewatching your video about your behind the scenes of Zen's cathedral and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I did see it, but I'm thinking about rewatching that again and stuff since it's been a while. I mean, it doesn't sound too cool when you just walk the dog and some 6 big dudes put you in a van and drive you away. That's pretty much a Mexican cartel tactic. Damn. Okay. Trump should be arrested for his war crimes he committed against civilians in Iran, including the bombing and school. Trump causes gas prices to go up high in war, blah, blah, blah. I thought you mentioned Candace Owens. No, I did not, but that does remind me too. Like, also that's another thing too. Blurt Without Fear was talking about is like, oh well, Charlie Kirk and stuff. And I'm like, and then he also said something very insensitive where he was like, oh well, Charlie Kirk got his neck blown out, and I'm like, like, you really think that's really appropriate to say online, especially where this is being recorded and you like literally like play this back, post this online, and now that can be used against you? Because I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Because that whole Charlie Kirk situation, that's a pretty dark moment, bro. That's not something like, that's not a hill you want to die on. In all the cases, I tend to remember Lincoln and how respectful he was to his opponents. Even after the war, he still treated Confederates like civilians. Yeah, that's good. That's why Lincoln's one of the greats. Becoming a political commentator. Me, no, I don't want to go there because politics is just not my thing. But and I try not to really make it my thing. I could, but I don't really feel like going there. But I just wanted to just talk about some of that stuff because obviously this keeps getting brought up in our nerd spaces and stuff, and it's just like, bruh, get out of here with that crap. But yeah, but that's pretty much what I want to get off my chest is like, yeah, yeah, why I just like, yeah, why I lost my respect for Obama. Never really had much respect for Kamala Harris or Joe Biden really to begin with. I mean, Joe Biden, I just remember him really just being the vice president to Barack Obama. I mean, I sometimes forget, oh yeah, that's right, he was the president of the United States. But yeah, as for like Kamala Harris though, I mean, I know some people who like, honestly, I think really nobody really likes Kamala Harris. I just think that people just voted or want like sort of try to force themselves to like her just because they wanted to see Donald Trump win or whatever. But I don't think that Kamala Harris is like per se, even if she did get voted in or whatever, I don't think she's a strong leader per se. Because even if you like look at her interviews compared to Trump's interviews and stuff like that, like Trump he can go on and on. Like I remember like I watched that Joe Rogan podcast where Joe Rogan and Trump were talking for like 3 hours and stuff. And that was pretty good, a pretty good podcast and stuff. Like, he wasn't like disrespecting him or anything, or he wasn't like whatever rude to him and stuff like that. And they were having a pretty cordial conversation where they talked about politics, boxing, experiences. Trump one time talked about how he almost got assassinated at like a police funeral and stuff like that. Yeah, like a lot of stuff. So that was pretty cool. And they were going on for 3 hours. Kamala Harris can only do an interview for at least 15 to 20 minutes tops. And it's usually very fabricated. So it's like, do you really want a president that's like that though? That's really like, pampered or very, you have to like really have to like hold her hand to like make sure, oh, she's doing the job, you know? Somebody that's like as the commander in chief of the military and stuff, the president of the United States of America. I'm just saying, let's just say that I didn't vote for Kamala Harris. Yeah, I don't blame you, bro. I mean, I don't blame you, but that's just how I personally feel. And then another weird thing too is like a lot of politicians and stuff, or not politicians, a lot, yeah, either politicians or some people try to shame you for like at least during the election between Trump and Kamala Harris, that if you don't, even if you don't vote for either, regardless, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris in general and stuff, like you can not vote at all, and they'll still call you a sexist. And I'm like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Anyways, Twitter broke the illusion of politics for me. I can't take ideologies and ideologues seriously if the modern landscape is indicative of World War II in the past, then I look down on most of them. But yeah, so yeah, and then obviously you got this stuff too with the whole Trump parodies and stuff like that, which I mean, I understand some of that might be a little funny, but then after a while, it's like, all right, it's enough. Okay. Enough of the analogies, enough of the, oh, we got to frame him as the bad guy and stuff like that. It's gotten a little bit old. It's uncreative at this point. It's overdone. It's like beating a dead horse. I was just watching like a video, like literally, where somebody was saying, like, yeah, that's kind of why they stopped watching South Park, because South Park, and for me personally, I mean, I don't really watch South Park like religiously. I just watch it every now and then whenever they have something probably interesting going on. But they were doing all these Trump specials like back to back to back for like a full on season and stuff, and everybody was like, bruh, like enough. Like, I mean, either some people ate it up or some people were like, all right, like this is a little bit overkill, or this is like enough. Okay. And I get it. Trust me, South Park is definitely a show that makes fun of everybody. I'm not saying that that's, out of like pocket for South Park, but it's also like, all right, we got it. Like, I mean, all right, you got it, bro. But it's kind of ironic too how you want to poke jokes at like Trump, but you don't poke jokes at Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. And trust me, Joe Biden definitely has a lot of moments and stuff where I'm like, yeah, you can really take shots at him. I remember I was telling my sister one time when we were talking on the phone and all that, I was like telling my sister, I was like, Kaylin, did you not see that that video of Joe Biden falling asleep? What makes you think he's a good president? And she was like, yeah, I did. Like he was fighting. That man was fighting to like stay awake and stuff. He was like, yeah. And again, there's no ill will towards Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. It is what it is. And I don't I don't wish ill will on them. I just don't really want them in office, to be honest, though. That's just how I personally feel. Let's see. At least you changed the leadership. I'm honestly afraid. Who would change Putin? He's already positioned. Damn, president for 26 years. Jesus. What country in the Middle East would you like to visit? I'm struggling whether Middle Eastern country I would like to visit. I can't say there's a Middle East country I would like to visit. Both Biden and Trump. Oh wait. Are one in the same coin. This Republican versus Democrat thing is just for show. It feels like a dog and pony show if you were to ask me, but that's just my personal opinion on that. You talk about soups. It's funny you say that, X-Kid. I know you've been talking about like bringing up all this stuff like Daredevil Born Again and Marvel Zombies and Wonder Man, but yeah, I will eventually talk about Superman or Supergirl specifically at some point in this stream. Far Cry is taking footage from my country for research. Oh, that's interesting. What country do you live in, Steven? I think the whole Joe Biden term is cruelty to elderly. I know he wanted more money, but it's obvious he doesn't have the energy anymore for politics. I just think he wanted the title of just being called president for once, which I get it, or like to go down in history as like, oh, I want to go down in history as the president. That's what I think personally, but it feels like he was just more like a figurehead than anything. But that's, again, like, yeah. And it obviously like kind of showed in a lot of those like clips where he's like being guided by his secret service or whatever, or his security guards. I myself is addiction. I gotta stop reading these comments. Anyways, but yeah. And then of course, ice and stuff. I know people like, ice and all that, but personally, I don't have a huge problem with ice like that because I'm not an illegal immigrant, so that's not really my business or my place or whatever. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I can't empathize with like somebody that is, but it is a federal crime and stuff where you can't really just be in this country illegally. And I'm not saying I'm against immigrants in general, but I'm just saying like, yeah, like if I knew somebody that was a legal immigrant, I'm not going to be like that kind of guy that's like, well, let me tell the police or tell somebody. Nah, I'm not going to do that. But I can't also like, that I can't really blame them if they did get caught or something like that or arrested or deported or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. And I used to also watch a little bit of this guy for a bit a few months ago. His name was David Flesher. He was like a judge, and he is hilarious. He is hilarious. But he has a YouTube channel and stuff, or there's like a lot of YouTube videos of his streams and stuff because he streams his like court cases and stuff, and it's hilarious. But he be like crashing out and everything. And whenever he talks to somebody that's like usually like Latino or something like that, and he's like, he just asks them just the basic question. He's like, "Are you in this country legally?" And some of them would probably, say, "Yeah, I'm in this country legally," and then some of them they'd be like, ooh, after they had committed like a DUI or something like that, and just got arrested for it. And then he'll crash out even more. And it's like, are you kidding me? Do you know what they will do to you if they catch you for a DUI and you're in this country for immigration? You'll be stuck in something. You'll be stuck like Chuck. Like he'll go off, man. But yeah. Anyways, let me continue to read these comments. What country is the East Asia besides Japan would you like to visit? Mine would be what's happened at SSJ. You realize ICE has been arresting people with children that aren't illegal and holding them. No, I do not. But I don't know the whole specific details about that though, so I'm not gonna like lie to you though. What country in the East, and even if like let's say, because I don't really have any proof on that, or if they're legal or not. I'm just gonna be completely honest though. But if they are illegal and stuff, then yeah, if you get deported and stuff, obviously like your family that's in the country illegally and stuff, they're going to get deported too. It's just like that happens. But anyways, what country is the East Asia besides Japan would you like to visit? Mine is, yeah. I don't have a specific place right now, but I would say like, yeah, definitely Japan. But anyways, that's pretty much most of the whole stuff that I wanted to talk about. So I don't really like this whole thing of like, let's bring up like, oh, well, this guy supports ICE or this guy supports Trump or this guy's a MAGA supporter. Who cares? Like, what does that got to do with me supporting this guy's like his work or something like that, or a comic book that somebody had written or whatever? Or why throw that on to somebody like it's a bad label? I'm like, all right, if that's his belief, that's his belief. Anyways, speaking of, all right. But anyways, I'm almost just about finished with this whole political talk. Anyways, but if, SSJ, if you still have any questions, you can still ask me about them, about some of the politics and stuff. But anyways, so pretty much, I was actually watching some Dragon Ball Z today and stuff. I'm currently watching the Frieza arc right now, so I'm on like disc 4, and I got like 2 more discs left to go for right now, so that should be fun. So I was just watching that like part where Goku just hit Frieza with the spirit bomb and stuff. And then the next episode, obviously, he's going to become a Super Saiyan and everything. So we'll see how that goes. Well, I already know how it goes down, anyways. But yeah, so I was watching that for a bit. I gotta say, I do appreciate the filler moments and all that stuff. But yeah, now let's see what else. The other day, I watched. So back at the beginning, it was probably the beginning of the year or like the end of December. But there's this Goodwill place, right, called Second and Charles that I go to that like sells a bunch of like either video games, movies, whatever, old stuff that you can trade in. And one of the shops, like one of the stores, was like kind of shutting down. They were like relocating, so I kind of bought a lot of stuff for for a discount and all that. And one of the movies that I found was this old Naruto movie, Legend of the Stone of Gale and stuff, which has been a while since I've seen that movie. So I had actually bought it on DVD and stuff. So it's got all this commentary and everything. Haven't seen the commentary or the special features part, but I definitely do love special features when it comes to DVDs. So that should be really fun to check out. But I already watched the movie last night and stuff, or rewatched the movie and stuff after so long. So that was a fun watch. Kind of a little bit addicted to listening to it, as you can like to listening to the main theme, as you can kind of see right here. This is the theme right here. Um, and obviously I was listening to it. But yeah, speaking of anime, have you heard of Lego of all people making an official One Piece animation? I think I would have been better for them to make a game about it. Yeah, I kind of shared that with some of my friends and stuff, where they're making a One Piece like Lego thing. I think it's going to be like a series, like a spin-off type series that's centered around Usopp and stuff. So that should be interesting. But yeah. But anyways, so that's kind of what I want to get out off my chest. Now I'm going to talk about the One Piece Netflix version for a bit, which this won't be that long, but yeah, saw One Piece, the Netflix season 2. I'm not going to really make a review or a video on it though, but I definitely do want to talk about John Delaros and stuff at some point, where I'm going to do a like a video kind of covering his 2 videos that he had made on One Piece. So that should be fun. One Piece and Dragon Ball need to hang it up. Um, I wouldn't say I completely agree with that, Dr. Hino, though, but I do get what you mean, especially with Dragon Ball, where it's kind of like reached its peak. But I would say like a best way to kind of continue the series, since it's so big, is like continue it through video games. One Piece, Oda, let's just say that he just definitely knows how to go above and beyond when it comes to like One Piece and stuff, because he really takes a lot of pride into like writing that story. And I feel like, yeah, Oda probably is reaching his limit, because he is kind of like, trying to get to like what you call it. Sort of, it feels like One Piece is almost like a few more arcs and stuff, and One Piece actually might end. That's why I feel like it's like kind of coming. But I do feel like, in some ways, like, you can always continue the stuff with other stuff or whatever. But yeah. But One Piece's main story, yeah, I feel like it's eventually about to end soon, where Luffy's gonna find the One Piece. But I feel like Oda just wants to build Luffy up as being the pirate king, and like really like, give me more Tenchi. Yeah, Tenchi Amuya. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen that. I watched I think the first 2 series, and then I kind of like stopped on Tenchi in Tokyo. But yeah, I need to like, yeah, it's been a while, but I need to like watch that series. But yeah. But anyways, but One Piece, so yeah, the Netflix version. So it's pretty good and stuff for the most part. I definitely like the lore that they're kind of taking from like that was established a little bit later after some of those arcs that they're adapting. So they're starting to put it in there, like the Sanji Vince Smoke thing and all that. Like with his like mom, and yeah, he didn't really talk about his brothers all that much, or his dad or his sister. So there's that. But for the people that kind of complain that, oh my God, One Piece is like 1,000 episodes and stuff, I can't follow it, or it's got 1,000 chapters. Well, kind of here's a golden opportunity where you can kind of get into the series by watching the show, because the show is kind of good at like kind of condensing everything into like one whole thing. Just saying. Or play the video games and stuff, because they have this One Piece thing that I just found out, or not just found out, well, I guess, but they have obviously they have One Piece video games and stuff where you can just follow the story that way, like One Piece Pirate Warriors, which I'm thinking about getting that on the PS4, because I think they have Pirate Warriors 4, and I think that deals with like Big Mom and Kaido. So I definitely want to kind of get that myself. But yeah. But yeah, I'm just saying that like that's an easy way of kind of following the story of One Piece and stuff. Kind of like Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm, where Naruto is also a pretty long series too, just like One Piece. But if you really wanted to follow the story of Naruto and do it in a more condensed fashion, then you can just like play the games and stuff like that. Same thing with like Dragon Ball Z or all this other type of stuff. Although it is fun to like watch the shows though. So I'm not gonna lie to you there. But yeah, still so far so good with the One Piece live action show. I mean, the first season was pretty good. Second season is also pretty good too, where they just started to kind of adapt the Alabasta saga and stuff with the Alabasta art. So that's pretty fun. Um, there's been definitely some debates about the race swapping and the LGBT and all that stuff or whatever. Um, not like they're actually putting LGBT inside One Piece, but some of the actors might be like, oh, LGBT, like Kobe's actor and stuff that's played by like a trans guy or whatever that's playing Kobe. And I'm like, well, at first I was kind of like, but to be honest with you, since this is like Kobe and Kobe's kind of a minor character inside One Piece, I'm not really against like, oh, okay, well, because it's Kobe. Like, let it be somebody on the Straw Hat crew or something. Then I can kind of see like, all right, yeah, yeah, like I could be like, all right, yeah, that would be kind of like, I would definitely be kind of like against it, or I would be like pretty vocal, like, oh, like I'll be like, all right, I get the outrage, but since it's Kobe and stuff, and Kobe's a minor character, and this is like the little kid, like the little boy version of Kobe before he kind of like, he kind of hit puberty or whatever, and he gets like a little bit more older and stuff, like, or he gets stronger and stuff. Then I'm like, yeah, oh yeah, I have the Naruto games. Thanks for reminding me. Nice. Yeah. Speaking of Naruto games, I was playing. I have Naruto Uzumaki Chronicles, so that's fun to play because I kind of wanted to get a little bit past the like the fighting game aspect of like anime video games, and I kind of want them to do more other stuff with like anime video games than just fighting games and stuff all the time. So it's nice to have like a beat 'em up type game or something like that, and that's what I feel like they can probably do with Naruto or even with Boruto. They can turn Boruto into like a beat 'em up hack and slash type of game to have his own identity from Naruto. But that's just my opinion though. But anyways, let me get back to what I was saying though. But my point is though, yeah, so there's that with Kobe's actor, and then I heard that the actor that they're gonna get for Bon Clay that's gonna come out in like season 3 of the Netflix One Piece and stuff. Um, I think John Delarose, which I'll cover this in my video, but he was like, "Oh, well, the actor that's going to play as Bon Clay as Mister Two is going to be he's like, oh, a guy that uses they them pronouns." Okay, well, if that's the actor's beliefs, then that's the actor's belief. I'm like, that has nothing to do with the character, because it's one thing for the actor to believe all that type of stuff, but to bring that onto the character itself, if that's not what the character believes in, then yes, we have a problem. It's like the same thing with like, let's say X-Men 97, right? You have what's his name, Bo DeMeo and stuff. He's a gay black man, and like Bo, he like he's a gay black man and stuff. And for the most part, he yeah, X-Men 97 is pretty solid. I'm not gonna lie to you. But the major thing that a lot of us have a problem with was that he kind of made like morph, kind of like into Wolverine and stuff, and he wasn't really into Wolverine and stuff like that back during the whatchamacallit, back when the during the series. So it's kind of weird to just bring that on him now, and then also be like, oh well, he's also a they them and stuff because he's a shapeshifter, which I'm like, that's not how that works. But okay. But anyways, but yeah, um, but yeah, that's the whole thing. So I mean, or like, what's that chick's name? Sarah Meyer and stuff. Does a She works on the TMNT Saturday morning cartoon books, and I think she's like an artist or like or a cover artist. Well, she's an artist, and I know she wrote that April O'Neil like one shot for the Saturday morning cartoon and stuff. I met her at a Comic Con, and I was like, yeah, I like your work and stuff like that. And then when I found her online and stuff, I was like, oh, she also uses the whole pronouns and all that type of stuff or whatever too. But hey, I can kind of ignore all that because she doesn't put that in her work, and she's still like, she's focused on the work and just doing the job. So I can kind of respect that though. So that's why I'm like, all right, well, bet. I can respect her for it, at least for like, okay, well, I like her work, but I don't agree with her, with her lifestyle though. That's just how I personally feel. But anyways, so yeah, so I don't feel like that's the case with like the One Piece Netflix stuff, where just because they have actors that feel that type of way about certain things, that doesn't really mean like, oh well, let's like um, oh yeah, let's bring that onto the character and stuff. That's kind of what they did with Cowboy Bebop, where they took a lot of misconceptions and stuff about other like characters and stuff and started to like put that onto them for like the live action stuff. Like for example, like Ed being gender fluid and stuff. Ed was never gender fluid or none of that stuff, or none of that stuff. Ed was just a girl back inside Cowboy Bebop. Originally, Ed, like, I'm pretty sure we all should know the story if you know Cowboy Bebop, but Ed was like, okay, so Ed is a main character inside Cowboy Bebop, right? And yes, her name is Ed or whatever. She has tannish skin and red hair and stuff like that. Like she has like a short, like hairstyle and everything because she's a tomboy. Okay, and the thing about like Ed was originally supposed to be a boy, but since sometimes when it comes to these like things or whatever, they kind of have you like change certain characters because they want like kind of like a balance of like male characters and female characters and stuff, where there's too many male characters and we need you to add a few more female characters to it. So that's why they ended up turning Ed from like a boy to a girl during the production and stuff. So she's a girl inside the series or inside like in the Cowboy Bebop series, but it's like you know, but some people might mistake her for being a boy or whatever inside like just in passing or whatever. Even though Ed would like correct that person and be like, well, Ed's a girl and stuff like that. She'll say it like that or whatever. But it is what it is. But anyways, or even like let's say My Hero Academia and stuff. Like a lot of the stuff inside My Hero Academia and stuff, like some of the characters and stuff, some of the female characters inside My Hero Academia, like they also had this thing too, where like, there's too many male characters and stuff. We need a few more female characters. So like originally Sue, Hagakure, and Yayurosa, those three were originally supposed to be boys, but they changed them to be girls and stuff to kind of add more females inside, My Hero Academia, inside Class 1A, and it kind of made sense and it worked out. So yeah, that doesn't mean like, oh, well, they're, identifying as no, that doesn't mean like that doesn't justify that. So yeah, but anyways, that's kind of what I wanted to cover with the One Piece stuff. What do I think about it? Now I'm going to talk about the Supergirl stuff, kind of like what XE Kid kind of brought up earlier. So let me bring that up.
Hey, I was just touching base to see when you think you might be coming back. You know, I'm just worried that you're not going to find your stride here if you keep going off world all the time, Kara. I'm worried you're not going to find your people.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, Clark.
Let me also explain this too. So I did go see that 2025 Superman movie in theaters last year, mainly because I was curious to see what that movie was going to be like. I mean, I kind of knew like I wasn't going to really like it, but since it's been so long to like see a Superman movie in theaters, I was like, you know what? Because like I haven't technically seen a Superman movie since like really Man of Steel, and I guess the last movie I've seen Superman in was really the Justice League and Black Adam. And if you want to count Shazam, because Superman had a sort of a cameo in there, I guess Shazam too. But yeah. But anyways, so I saw David Cornsweet's Superman's movie, and I was like, all right, well, like once they announced Supergirl was getting a movie, I was like, yep, I'm not watching it. Like I'm just gonna be honest with you, I'm not even gonna watch it. I don't care about the feedback or whatever, or like people like, I'm just not gonna bother with it, to be honest with you. Because especially I did not like Supergirl's introduction inside that movie, where like she just pops up randomly, and I'm like, wait. So they already kind of like know each other, or they already like like established Supergirl like off screen, and this is supposed to be the first Superman movie in this universe. Like I was like, bruh, this is bad writing. And then Supergirl, like, she gets all drunk and stuff, and then she's like, she calls Superman a bitch and stuff, and he's like, thanks for watching him, bitch. And I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, oh my god. So it's like, do I really want to see a movie about Supergirl doing all that stuff, or no? But anyways, let me get seen with this trailer.
I have no people. Home is wherever you are, buddy.
Yeah, let me because I know I'm probably gonna get copyright striked on this later on, so might as well just mute it, I guess. So I think this is supposed to be the main villain. I honestly have no clue who this is, or even think like, what makes you think that would be a strong main villain to go up against Supergirl. But okay. Of course, they got Crypto. I'm not really a fan of Crypto's design either, so And then basically the plot is like Supergirl is trying to help out this girl here in the background, and is also trying to save her dog that has like 3 days left to live because the dog was poisoned. And I'm just like, oh my god, like why? This is so stupid, man. Like this is just like with that Superman movie where like literally he had to give himself up to go find Crypto. I mean, to get to Crypto or whatever, so like Lex Luthor can turn him over or whatever. And I'm like, what? Like, why don't you just use your journalistic skills? And I was thinking about doing a video too, talking about not even talking about Supergirl, but talking about like, because I was gonna bring back my like an old video idea I had where I was gonna talk about the comparison between the DCU Superman and the DCEU Superman. But I've been a little bit lazy on that. I'm not gonna lie to you. And on top of that, I know I kind of like it kind of became a little bit like sort of like a culture war kind of thing where we were like talking about the DCU and DCEU. So I was like, all right, well, let me tone it down. Like, let me dial it down a bit, I guess, and wait to talk about this another time because I really want to talk about like the comparison because a lot of people say that the DCU version, James Gunn Superman, is a lot like the DCAU version, and I'm like, did you guys not see Superman the animated series, or did you guys not see like Justice League and Justice League Unlimited? If anything, DCEU Superman, believe it or not, acts more like the DCAU Superman than the DCU Superman does. I'm just being honest. I mean, I guess the undertone with the whole with the color, Lois having black hair and purple outfits and stuff, and Lex Luthor being bold from the get go and stuff. I mean, I guess you have all those things, but I mean, that's not enough to be honest. I think the DCEU like stuff is a lot more comparable to the DCAU, but that's just my personal opinion, though. Let me continue. But anyways, yeah, I think that's stupid too for that to be the plot. I mean, I get it. It's like, oh well, Crypto's her last link besides her cousin to Krypton and stuff like that, and she loses him, then she loses everything from Krypton and all that. But okay, and it's also supposed to be based off of like Tom King's what was it, Woman of Tomorrow, which I heard people didn't really like. I never read it myself, so I can't really say. But that's such a weird storyline to kind of like start off a Supergirl movie with, you know what I'm saying? Like, especially like a first one. I mean, it would probably make sense if it was like really that good, then maybe you could probably make it animated. But if it's like live action and all that stuff, like no, don't do that. It's probably better to start with like an origin kind of story or something like that. And then they were saying like, oh, this Supergirl movie is going to be like John Wick. The action's like that, right? Let me play this clip right here. Well, let me play this next part. See, look, all these guys are fighting her and stuff like that, right? And all the stuff is just happening in the background, but we don't see her like fighting them. And we just get this close up of this character and stuff. And she's like, oh my God. And that reminds me of like Mr. Terrific for like his fight scene from the Superman movie and stuff, which, yeah, Mr. Terrific was the best character. But I just didn't like that fight scene he had because it just looked so like I don't know, like it was shot so bad, like in my personal opinion, because it was shown from like Lois Lane's perspective where she was in his like bubble or something. So like Mr. Terrific is like fighting everybody and like and stuff like that. And she's just following him and his T spears and what he's doing to everybody else. And I'm like, that is so lame. Like that is terrible fight choreography. And I don't like the music that's being played either. And this also looks pretty stupid and lazy for all this stuff to be happening in the background, but we don't see the action commencing or none of that stuff. So I think that's just dumb. See, look, still going on. Let me play it back. If this is what the action is going to be like, that's very lazy, bro. And did that guy just get hit and by nothing? Let me go back. So like this guy right here, he just saw that he was just moving like in the background. He was like, oh, right here, look, and he just got knocked back by nothing. Then we get Lobo and stuff. I know a lot of people are like, oh, they're hyped to see Jason Momoa as Lobo, which is all right. This is kind of a bit of a take, but personally myself, I kind of wanted Jason Momoa to stay as Aquaman for a bit, because I feel like Aquaman kind of needs a little bit more spotlight. That's actually something that I think the DCU was doing well with was that they were actually giving Wonder Woman and Aquaman some pretty good like attention and stuff to their characters because they've been kind of neglected for a while. Where Wonder Woman, out of the Trinity and stuff, you got Batman and Superman, and obviously Wonder Woman. A lot of people tend to like neglect her. Writers tend to neglect her, or they tend to change up her history, or they never give her like her show. Yeah, she had the Linda Carter show from like back in the '70s, but again, that's the '70s though. That was like 50 years ago. So what about like something that's more modern? Like we don't get anything like that until we got to the DCEU where we got the Gal Gadot movie. So I'm just saying, or like with Aquaman and stuff, like Aquaman, believe it or not, Aquaman was actually supposed to get his own show too in the DCAU and stuff. That's why, like in Justice League Unlimited, like the last episode, Aquaman, Doctor Fate, who else was there? Amazo, and Doctor Fate's wife. The reason why like those characters didn't appear after that episode with like Solomon Grundy was because they were supposed to be appearing inside Aquaman's show that he was supposed to be getting. But since Aquaman didn't get his show, like the pilot or something got canceled, then they had to like, all right, well, fuck it. We're not gonna use Aquaman anymore. They couldn't use Aquaman, so that was like a waste. So the next time we finally got something with Aquaman was until like the DCEU where he got his own movie and stuff. He's inside Justice League, all this other stuff, right? And Aquaman, I know a lot of people aren't really huge fans of it. I like the character of Aquaman inside the DCU. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's why I liked, even though yes, I know Jason Momoa is Hawaiian and Aquaman's not supposed to be Hawaiian and stuff, but still, I thought Aquaman, like, I think Jason Momoa had like the charisma there as like, as the actor and stuff, and as like playing Aquaman and stuff. I feel like, all right, well, he brings a lot of attention to the character, so I think it works. Which is kind of funny too and ironic because originally, a lot of people probably don't know this, but Jason Momoa originally auditioned to play as Batman and stuff for BVS, but Zack Snyder was like, well, Jason, that was good and all, but well, I think I might have something for you for a part you can play. And then he came back and he was like, I want you to play Aquaman, and Jason was like, really, Aquaman? All right, bet. And but yeah, and Aquaman Loki is kind of a badass though, and stuff like when you really think about it. Like, I know a lot of people think, oh, because he just talks to fish, and water's not well. Water's a powerful element, but a lot of us tend to underestimate the power of like water manipulation. But when you really think about it, yeah, Aquaman's a pretty dangerous guy, and even outside of like maybe the surface level of things, I mean, Aquaman's taken on Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, and even Superman and like fights and stuff. He fought Lobo as well. I have a comic book where he like literally fought Lobo, and Lobo's defeated Superman a couple of times himself. So yeah. But anyways, my point is though, yeah, even though Jason Momoa is probably better fitted to like play Lobo and stuff, and this is again my take, I think he should have still played Aquaman though, because I feel like Aquaman needs the attention and stuff to stay on him versus let's uplift Lobo because Lobo is mainly just meant to be a villain for Superman. And I know he has his own comic book line or whatever, but again, Aquaman is a golden age character that should probably get more kind of attention or get more spotlight than the character of Lobo. You know what I'm saying? Because we almost like we could like get other stuff like Aquaman video games or a cartoon or something like that. It'd be different to kind of like branch off and do different things with that character, but we don't really get those things, do we? Because we had to rely on other stuff like Batman or whatever. So that's kind of lame if you were to ask me though. So anyways, but yeah. Anyways, let me continue. And people really think that this movie is gonna really like outperform Spider-Man. Nah, ain't no way. I mean, look, I'm not a huge fan of Tom Holland's version of Spider-Man or those movies. When I first saw Homecoming, I thought Homecoming was okay, but all the other stuff, I was like, not so much. But even though I don't like Far From Home, No Way Home, they still made like $1 billion at the box office. So trust me, this movie is definitely guaranteed to be a success over Supergirl. I'm just gonna just put that out there because if Superman didn't do all that good, like financially, like it made like 500 something $1 million, then what do you think Supergirl was gonna make? And they're like, oh well, it was on a budget of $100 million. Okay, I guess you're gonna need all the success you can get, but it's not. Trust me, it's not gonna do better than Superman though, if that's the case, or maybe slightly, but not by much, to be honest. I have no clue who that character is, the villain guy with the that look like Pinhead. And then, of course, they're going to do this whole deconstruction thing with Supergirl being like a drug. I mean, well, I said I almost said a drug addict, being a drunk and everything, and all this other stuff. And I'm just like, and being improper, and I'm like, ugh, I don't think that works for her character though. But okay, or we've seen this a little bit too many times. But it is what it is. But anyways, yeah, like I said, I'm not really watching the movie though myself, so yeah. But yeah, what do you guys think of this Supergirl movie? Are you guys gonna watch it? But yeah, and this also goes back to as to why I think that honestly they need to go back to the DCU and stuff because I know like they're like, oh, the DCU is a failure, so that's why we got the DCU. But to be honest with you, a lot of the stuff from the DCU is not looking that great at all, or wasn't that great to begin with. Like Creature Commandos, I'm not gonna lie to you, looks well animated and it was watchable, but it was like not exactly a good show if you were to ask me. And they started the universe with Creature Commandos too. Um, then James Gunn's Suicide Squad, which that was originally part of the DCU, but then they had to retcon it and all this other stuff. Um, the Yeah, James Gunn's Suicide Squad. I don't think it was really all that great either. I know people liked it and stuff. I mean, I saw it when it came out on streaming and stuff, and I thought it was okay and stuff. Like, well, because it first came out and it went directly to streaming. I thought it was all right for the most part, but I was kind of like, eh. But I mean, but it's kind of like one of those movies where you just turn your brain off. But I didn't think it was better than the first movie, to be honest. Um, just yeah, and I honestly like I can't even remember that much from that movie, to be honest with you, from that James Gunn Superman. I mean, that's that Superman movie, that James Gunn Suicide Squad movie. But yeah, and then Superman. Obviously, I know a lot of people, a lot of critics and stuff were like, "Oh my god, this is so good," but it doesn't look like that in terms of like financially, you know. But I guess if you want to like say, all right, fine, that's debatable. But then like what about some of the other stuff like Lanterns that looks like trash where people are like now going back and saying like, Ryan Reynolds' Green Lanterns looks way better in comparison. And it does. And remember too when I was talking about that when I was saying that in my like little Superman review, I was like, bro, I've like because I was like, I don't even hate the Green Lantern movie by Ryan, like that Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie from like 2011. I actually enjoyed it and stuff, and people were like, "Oh my god, that movie was so like terrible and stuff." They would jump on that hate wagon. I'm just like, I never really understood why people hated that movie so much. But now people are like, well, some people are like, oh, you know what? I guess that movie wasn't so bad after all, or I secretly kind of enjoyed it. What do you know? Like, what are the odds? Or this is way better than Lanterns because Lanterns kind of looks like a boring show, and then you got some people like, oh, Lanterns. I mean, look, if you're looking forward to it, you're looking forward to it. But I'm just saying, like that, the Lanterns thing just doesn't look good at all. In general, they're not wearing the costumes. The costumes look terrible and stuff. Hal Jordan is so old. Like, why is Hal Jordan old, man? Like, I don't get that. And just a bunch of other stuff too. So it's just like, yeah, like with all that stuff, man. But so there's that, and then there's the Supergirl movie, and then there's Man of Tomorrow, which is supposed to be coming out. Which I swear, Man of Tomorrow, I feel like that's just like a stunt, like a little stunt that James Gunn pulled, where he was like, "Oh well, I got Man of Tomorrow coming on the horizons," after like Superman was done, because it wasn't really looking that well for Superman. So I feel like he kind of just brought up Man of Tomorrow, and stuff was like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to do a Man of Tomorrow movie." To kind of save his butt with with the what you call it, the David Cornsweet Superman movie and stuff. Which, by the way, they had to like put that on streaming like 30 days after, like that immediately went to like streaming 30 days after, like, it went to theaters and stuff. And I was like, I have never seen a movie like go to streaming that fast before, and I knew there was something up with that. I was telling some friends about that. I was like, I know that there's something up with that. It's like, nah, movies and stuff like that, they always be going to streaming fast nowadays. You sure about that? And then and then it comes out like, they're like, yeah, that movie was a failure. So I just wanted to put that out there. So I don't think this DCU movie universe, which is trying too hard to be like Marvel and all that, which that's the reason why we have a problem with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I mean, there's plenty of things we have problems with, like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but one of the major problems for me, I would say, besides the woke stuff or the girl boss stuff or the feminism or the all new, all different Marvel and stuff, the main thing that's the problem with the MCU, and this is probably dates back to like honestly since Phase 2, is that the movies all feel kind of formulaic. It feels like they're all shot and produced by the same people, so it kind of gets a little bit boring or stale, or it's like, okay, well, this is like predictable and stuff like that, and it kind of turned a lot of people away from that. So that's why, and it feels like that's what the DCU is trying to be, where it's trying to be like that Marvel kind of formula and stuff, and it's like, but it was already fine as it was with the DCU. Yeah, I know the DCU wasn't perfect. Yeah, I know some of the story beats and stuff like that, but that's the thing. People kind of wanted perfection from the DCU and stuff, but it was kind of fine with what it was, and it was kind of interesting to see what direction they were going with all that. What the Fourth World, the Dark Side stuff, and everything, Apocalypse. I'm like, man, we were this close to getting that. We could have really have gotten that, but instead, let's backpedal and go back to just doing. Like, let's reboot, like let's erase, get rid of it, and let's just start over again. Like, why? Like, why? Because you want to be like Marvel so badly? Well, congratulations, you got a guy from Marvel again, which you had what's his face? What's happening to Ruby King? I'm going on a tirade about the DCU and the DCEU and all that stuff right now. I was kind of talking about politics a little bit earlier in this stream, but yeah, hope you're having a good weekend. But anyways, like I'm just saying, like with the whole DC stuff with the cinematic universe, it's like, bro, like they were okay, like, all right, I know the DCU wasn't perfect, but they should have just stuck with their guns and just continued to like ride that wave for a while and stuff, versus let's go back and start again, because now it's kind of looking like, okay, things are looking bad and stuff, and they feel like they want to start again, but they can't, because that'll be like they got them at failure, or they'll have to do a third reboot out of like the last decade, and it's like, because people aren't liking it. So yeah, but anyways, but like I said, you got a Marvel guy like James Gunn and stuff working on DC, and Marvel and DC are two completely different beasts in itself, which, yeah, they're both superhero related stuff, but in terms of like tone or characters and stuff, like sometimes that never really goes well when you get writers from Marvel to work on DC and stuff like that, kind of like when they got Brian Michael Bendis, who had a lot of good work on Marvel, to go and work on DC and stuff, and then Brian Michael Bendis ruined a lot of stuff with DC, or what's his face? There's other people too, but yeah, Bendis is definitely a huge example of that. I mean, there are some exceptions that could work, like Jack Kirby and stuff. Like Jack Kirby used to, like, he's known as the Marvel guy, but he definitely has a lot of good work on DC and stuff. Where, yeah, I mean, sometimes it could work both ways, but sometimes you just can't get people from like, I mean, you can, but that's gonna be like, But that's just my take on that. I am. Thanks for asking. That's good. But yeah, I saw you were about to do that stream a couple of days ago, but I can't remember what I was doing. But yeah. Anyways, so what else do I want to talk about? But yeah, and also I'm not really a huge fan of like the whole Zack Snyder hate as well. I mean, I'm almost finished my DCU rant and DCU like rant and all that stuff. But I know, like, I'm not a huge fan of like everybody antagonizing Zack Snyder and stuff like that. I mean, the man like lost his daughter and stuff to like, suicide and everything, and it's like, like Jesus. And I mean, I'm not saying that that's a reason to not criticize his work as well, but it's kind of like, okay, But why continue to like really shit on this guy or in his work and stuff when a lot of his work is actually pretty interesting or thought provoking and stuff. And I kind of like movies that are a little bit more thought provoking and stuff, you know, because it's kind of like, all right, well, this isn't just like a simple popcorn flick, and which people are going on about Mario, which I'm gonna definitely go into Mario in a second. But yeah, but like with Zack Snyder's movies though, they're pretty deep, or it takes a lot. You know, sometimes it's thought provoking, or you might have to go back sometimes and like rewatch the movie to like fully understand it and stuff like that. And that's how I felt with like BVS, where if you watch it in one sitting, you'll be like, well, that's stupid. But if you watch it again or watch the Ultimate Edition, you'll be like, you know what? That's a lot more better. Or man, I can't believe I missed that. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, but yeah, but Zack Snyder though, like a lot of people try to act like he was the problem when it came to like the DC movies and stuff. Oh, he was the problem. He was the no, he definitely was not the problem. The problem was really the studio itself. And once you got him out of there and stuff, and you like try to do your own thing or got any other director to work on it, a lot of these movies turned out to be failures and stuff, you know, especially from the DCU side of things. Like a lot of the stuff that you know, that Snyder didn't work on, um, or David Ayer and stuff, a lot of that stuff just was like kind of fell to the wayside, or it's definitely like pretty terrible, you know, like Birds of Prey. That was probably one of the worst movies, or The Flash or whatever, you know. And then yet some of those people that worked on those movies and stuff still have a profession working on the DCU. Like that is crazy work, man. Or how, yeah, I don't know. Like I just don't know. So it is what it is. I think both Snyder fanboys and haters are equally unbearable. You're probably right about that. I mean, I don't really see too many like Snyder fanboys like that. I mean, maybe over on Reddit or something like that, but I don't really go over Reddit. But I usually see a lot of people just like really hate on Zack Snyder. Like every time you search up this man's name or something like that, it's always somebody hating or whatever, or somebody trying to be all like, oh, well, Zack Snyder doesn't understand the characters and stuff like that. Yeah, are you sure? Anyways, just like Kim Penders, hell nah. I know you're getting that, but hell nah. Don't let Kim Penders fix DC and Marvel. Hell nah. That's a hell no. Hell no. Mm-mm. No. Kim Penders will be like, oh, now that I created these my own original characters that look like NFTs and stuff like that of like Batman and Superman and stuff. Now DC and Marvel will have to owe me royalties, and they'll have to owe me you know, all that type of stuff that he tried to pull with Sega. I'm just messing around. But yeah, I'm just saying, like with Zack Snyder though, I mean, yeah, not all of his ideas were winners and stuff. Like, I mean, I know some people were like, oh well, he had this idea where Batman was gonna impregnate Lois Lane and stuff. Yeah, it was an idea he had, but obviously it got scrapped and stuff, you know, they didn't go through with it. And a lot of sometimes writers and stuff definitely do have some bad ideas. I mean, what's his face? Who was that guy that worked on not Christopher Yost, he worked on X-Men a long time ago. Uh Chris Claremont. Yep, Chris Claremont. I even met Chris Claremont too. But yeah, Chris Claremont, like even he has some bad ideas, but yet he's a legendary X-Men writer and stuff, where he had the idea of like, I think he was like, when it came down to Nightcrawler's origin and stuff and his relationship with like Mystique and stuff, he had that idea where like Mystique was originally supposed to be like a man, or well, Mystique's obviously a woman, but she was gonna like shapeshift and pretend like she was a man, and that she was in like a gay relationship with some guy or whatever, and then they were having like, you know, gay sex and all that stuff, and she accidentally got pregnant with Nightcrawler and stuff like that. That was originally supposed to be Chris Claremont's idea for Nightcrawler's origin, but obviously that got scrapped, where, you know, but yeah, and then they try to bring that over into like the main comics, like the mainstream comics sort of, where they try to have Nightcrawler born from like a lesbian relationship from like Mystique and Destiny, even though I don't think Destiny has like any kind of like personal relationship with Nightcrawler, but okay. I mean, more so with Rogue and stuff than Nightcrawler, but you know, it's whatever with that. James Gunn fanboys is a lot worse nowadays. Yeah, some of them are. I'm not gonna lie to you. But yeah. But anyways, but yeah, yeah. So Zack Snyder has some ideas and stuff, or like his idea. One of the ideas I definitely didn't like was Nightwing and stuff, where he was where he killed off Nightwing and stuff or whatever. And I'm just like, well, why didn't you just use Jason Todd and stuff? You know, that would have made a lot more sense. And honestly, it's not like he directly mentioned, oh, well, in the movies, they said Dick Grayson was the dead Robin and stuff. So they can easily have gone back and just said, okay, it's Jason Todd and Dick Grayson moved to like Bloodhaven or something like that. So I'm not saying Zack Snyder always has like a winner idea or ideas that always work out, but sometimes, it's kind of like, that's not a bad idea, or that actually could work from a narrative kind of standpoint when you really think about it to kind of make this character a little bit more interesting. Like I know a lot of people like have problems with his depiction of Superman, but let's be honest, a lot of people kind of find Superman sometimes to be a little bit boring or whatever, or he's too much of a Boy Scout, he's too clean, all this other crap, right? And yet, when he does, his take on Superman and stuff, right, to kind of make him a little more interesting, to kind of modernize him and stuff, people freak the hell out because they're like, "Oh, this isn't my Christopher Reeve Superman," and stuff. Like, it's not trying to be like Christopher Reeves. And then we get this with David Corns where they go back to that formula, trying to be like Christopher Reeves and stuff. And people are like, "Oh yeah, but it's not doing well financially." Well, they tried that with Superman Returns, but again, people didn't really like that either. So I'm just saying, like, it just doesn't really have its place in the world now anymore. But anyways, that's all I wanted to talk about with the DC side of things. Now I'm going to talk about some Mario and stuff. Like, good God, people are really going in on this whole Mario Galaxy movie. And I said in my my out of theater review that I was going to be like, I'm probably not even going to like, do a video on it. But you know what? I'm going to do a video, not a review on it, but more so like addressing like the criticism and stuff. But I'll probably share my stuff with you guys real quick. But yeah, now don't make mistakes. Rogue is that one character from what's his name? Sonic the Rat franchise, I believe. Funny. I get what you mean. Yeah, because people be like, "Oh yeah, Rogue the Bat." No, bro. But yeah, like I'm like, yeah. So spoilers for anyone that hasn't seen that Mario Galaxy movie yet. I really recommend watching that movie and stuff. It's actually pretty good. It's not the best. It's not the best movie in the world, but if you're looking for a fun time and if you can turn your brain off, then yeah, this movie definitely does deliver. But a lot of people are really shitting on this Mario Galaxy movie and stuff. They're like, oh, it has no plot. It's all just fan service and stuff like that. It's nothing but references and all that. I'm like, okay, well, it's Mario. Like I never expected, even with the first movie. I mean, I never had any kind of expectation that there was going to be like some kind of thought provoking plot behind it. And I know I just said like with Zack Snyder that he does like with his movies and stuff, like, a lot of the stuff is thought provoking or whatever. But it's kind of weird how people shit on that, but then they don't shit on but then now they're shitting on the. So I don't know. You can't really satisfy people, especially critics. But what are you gonna do, right? But yeah, the plot wasn't the best in the world, but it was kind of more so like everyone has like it was more of a character driven type of story where everybody has like a character arc of their own, whether it's like Mario and stuff. I think Mario's two character arcs here was his belief in Bowser and stuff, where he kind of goes from the start where he just doesn't really trust Bowser being his mortal enemy and everything and all that stuff, to eventually believing that, there probably is some good in him and that he's probably not as bad as I think he is and stuff like that. And then there's Mario's thing about Peach, where he wants to kind of advance his relationship with Peach a little bit more, where he wants to he wants to date her and everything. And, Luigi is trying to help him out and everything. Mario gets Peach that umbrella, which I forgot to talk about that in the out of theater review. But I like Peach when she was whooping people's asses with that umbrella. That shit was hilarious. And it was a cool ass weapon too. I'm like, yep, Mario got her that and stuff. But yeah. So I don't know, like it's just weird. But everyone has like sort of a character arc kind of going on, besides maybe Yoshi and Luigi and Toad. But yeah, like Mario has one. Bowser Jr. has a character arc. Bowser definitely has a character arc, which I know some people are like, oh my God, Bowser's doing this whole 180 thing. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like, weren't they like about to like talk about redeeming him and stuff like that? Yeah, but sometimes like when you tempt people and stuff like that, like that's what I was saying. Like I think in my out of theater review, where some people sometimes when it comes to like temptation and stuff, like yeah, it would have been cool to see Bowser kind of like work with the good guys and stuff, and we might get that probably in the next movie or something. But with Bowser though, I mean, sometimes like just because somebody's rehabilitated and stuff, that doesn't mean that sometimes they can't go back to their old ways, or they might be tempted by something, because Bowser Jr. is like right there at the finish line where he captured a princess that has all this power. They're about to take over the universe. He conquered a planet. He has an army right there, and you have this rehabilitated Bowser, and you're kind of like, well, what is he gonna say? Is he gonna like? I mean, I can understand if he's like tempted and is like, you know what? Yeah, I kind of like this. Like I want to, be that Batman and stuff like that again and all that. So I'm just saying, but people were like, "Oh my god, it's so like a huge 180 and stuff," and it doesn't make any sense. No, it makes sense, but you know, but yeah, or like Bowser Jr. His character arc was that he wanted to, he admires his dad and he wants to be just like him. So I mean, yeah, there's that. But anyways, let me read some of these comments. I feel like people just put the Sonic movies even higher, even though Mario and Sonic are completely different types of franchises in a way. I mean, they're similar, but they got their differences too. I still have yet to watch the Sonic films. Yeah, Doctor Hino, they're pretty good and stuff. I mean, a little kind of cheesy, corny a little bit, but I mean, as a Sonic fan, how can I not appreciate it myself? But I will say, like, one of the faults with the Sonic movies is like mainly the first two is that sometimes they're a little bit childish, or they're trying to like they have like some moments where it's like, all right, they're trying to do hard to be like for kids a little bit, but it's not bad actually. Obviously as a Sonic fan, I enjoy it. So yeah, probably convinces me with Rouge the Bat. Yeah, yeah, Rouge isn't in the movies yet, but yeah, I kind of wanted her to be in the third one because it would definitely um yeah, I feel like a cherry on top if her and Amy were like a part of that adventure and stuff, since it was adapting Sonic Adventures 2. But hey, it is what it is. But anyways, but back to the Mario movie. So a lot of people are like, just talking trash about it and stuff. It's like, oh my god, it has no plot, it's terrible, blah blah blah. I'm like, is it though? And then, so like you definitely got a lot of YouTubers and critics and stuff. I mean, one of the critics that I like, one of the first critics I watched about it that was like, I hated this so much was Jester Bell, where she was going on a whole tirade about why she don't like what's his face, the Mario Galaxy movie, and she was like, "Oh my god, this is so terrible," and blah blah blah. And just to me, like looking at her review, just felt like she was just whining for like about a good 26 minutes, or yeah, like 26 to almost 30 something minutes. And I'm like, good god. Like Jesus Christ, like I mean, I'm sorry, like it just sounded like she was whining and stuff like that during her critique and everything, and she was like, well, uh, it's not like on the Pixar level, but back in the day and stuff, we had stuff like Lion King and all that. Are we really expecting like the Mario Galaxy movie, as far as storytelling wise, to be on the same level? And I'm not saying that you can't attempt for Mario to be on that level, but I'm just saying, is that really the standard, or like our expectation to be on that level and stuff like that? Or that's such a random thing to bring up. Is like, oh well, it's not like Toy Story, or it's not like Lion King, or it's not like in terms of plot. Like that's just, again, like it's just so random, like just to be like that, in my personal opinion. But I'm just like, it's just a fun movie. Like, sometimes there are just movies that are just meant to be like, a little bit deep. And then there are some movies that are just meant to be like just dumb fun. And this is one of those movies. It's kind of like the Jurassic Park movie from last year, where people shitted on that movie. And I'm like, what was the problem with the Jurassic Park? It wasn't that bad of a movie, like the Rebirth movie. And I'm like, yeah, I thought it was all right. My family thought it was all right and stuff. When we all watched it and stuff, we were like, yeah, we thought it was cool. Acting was okay. The CGI looked great. Instead, the dinosaurs looked great. All that stuff, visuals, like everything. It was like, yeah, that was great. So what's the problem here? You know, and sometimes some stories don't have to be like that overcomplicated. Sometimes it's nice to just have something that's a little bit short and simple. But that's just how it is. But I'm just like, yeah. So I'm gonna definitely make a video talking about that for sure, where I kind of go a little bit more in details about it. And then of course you got people talking about there's too many references and stuff like that. Too many references. I'm like, okay. First off, the references, in my personal opinion, with that Mario Galaxy movie, a lot of the references, like to other stuff at least, doesn't really come in until like once you get past that midway point in the movie. That's where the references or the characters from like other Nintendo franchises start to come in. But before that, it's just typical Mario stuff or whatever. that they kind of do and stuff. So I'm like, all right. I mean, is that a bad thing? Or do you guys just hate fun or something like that? Because it just feels like people are just trying to be like the fun police, pretty much. But yeah. But anyways, let me check out some of these comments and stuff. I see Dr. Hino and Ashes are going down here. Probably convinces me Rouge the Bat. The third movie is also kind of childish. The main problem is Zero's writing in the end. I mean, a little bit, but I mean, it's definitely a lot more serious. It has a little bit more of a darker tone for obvious reasons because it has Shadow and they're kind of also, adapting Shadow's origin and stuff too with Maria and all that stuff or whatever. Yeah, Gerald is kind of one of the goofiest parts in the movie, but I kind of would take that because we've never actually had like an interaction between Dr. Eggman and Gerald, like in Professor Gerald, his grandpa, before in any of the other stuff. Like we've never seen that in comics. We've never seen that inside Sonic X. Of course, Eggman knows of his grandpa, Professor Gerald, because he was inspired by him. But we never like seen like Eggman actually interact with his grandpa until now, where I'm like, oh, okay, well he's alive. He didn't get executed like how he was supposed to in the games, but this should be interesting. And Professor Gerald kind of becomes like the main villain sort of and stuff. Whereas Dr. Eggman's kind of like like they're both the villains, but like Gerald's like the one that's actually trying to like make sure that they destroy the planet and stuff like that, and like do this whole murder suicide thing. Yeah, I'm taking the page out of the book with Matt Walsh where he was like, oh well, it doesn't make sense why they're trying to do a murder suicide. No, Gerald's trying to do that, but But anyways, I would rather watch Excalibur again. Excalibur. That should be interesting. I've never seen Excalibur, so I'm not going to sit up here and pretend like I have. I know you don't care about the MCU shows. Get a second season. Yeah, I don't. I'm not even going to lie to you. I don't have Disney Plus anymore. I had it last year so I could watch Daredevil Born Again season 1, but that was kind of a letdown. And after I watched some stuff, that was like, some old cartoons or whatever from back in the day. I was like, all right, well, that's enough from me then for the cartoons or whatever, or the shows or whatever, some of the movies. So I just unsubscribed from like Disney Plus to save up on some money and stuff. Of course, I watched Mario movie. It came out on streaming. Did it? Well, nice. I'm going to finish up editing this chapter, man. I'll be listening, but I'm going to be dark for a while. It's cool, but yeah, appreciate you for still listening though. But yeah. So, anyways, but yeah, so it's just like one of those things where like a lot of critics are shitting on this movie, and yet the movie, even though we don't know the box office yet for it, like the final numbers or whatever, I mean the movie is still breaking some records. I mean, like literally, okay, in like literally less than 2 days, right? The movie has made like about 320 million dollars. Okay, remember that Superman movie only made like 500. Just to do a little power scaling sort of with the money, that Superman movie only made like a total of 500 million dollars or something like around that low, like under 600 million, right? But this movie made like 320 million in less than 2 days. Okay, and that's not even like the whole box office and stuff. We don't know the whole thing yet. Okay, because it's still in theaters. So it's definitely going to make a lot. I don't know if it'll make a billion. I think the last movie made like a billion or something like that, but still, I mean, it was breaking records. Like that's like the highest like for an opening weekend that we've had this year so far, you know? So I'm just saying, like, I mean, it's doing well financially and stuff. And I know it's because it's Mario. And look, I'm not a huge Mario fan. I'm more of a Sonic fan than I am a Mario fan. But I mean, of course, I grew up with the character, so how can I not want to see this movie and stuff? You know, I mean, you see a little history be made with some of this stuff, you know. And then you also got some people too that are also like some of the YouTube critics, like again going back to Jester Bell or some other people and stuff, talking about, oh well, they made changes to the Mario movies and stuff because Rosalina, spoiler alert, but Rosalina and Peach are actually sisters inside this Mario, in the Mario sorry, I can't speak, in the Mario movies. They're actually sisters and stuff, even though they're not sisters in the games. So I was like, okay, that's quite an interesting change, but I shouldn't be too surprised, or I can't be too like, oh my god, that's so stupid, because like how many times has like Mortal Kombat, like those movies and stuff, they've changed canon and stuff like that? Because remember back in like Annihilation, which I know a lot of people don't like Annihilation, But back in the day, like Raiden and Shao Kahn used to be like brothers and stuff, but they never like made that canon in the games and stuff like that, you know? Or like the Sonic movies and stuff. The Sonic movies have definitely done well for itself, but you know, being a Sonic fan and stuff, I trust me, I know they definitely made a lot of changes to the movies compared to the games or any other Sonic media. But I'm kind of used to it because there's several different versions of Sonic, and I've seen like I've seen stuff like I've seen all the Sonic cartoons, I've seen Sonic X and stuff, I've seen Sadium, seen Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic Underground, of course Sonic X, Sonic Boom, Sonic Prime. I played majority of the games, not all of them, but majority of it. What else have I done? I've read the Archie comics. I read the Fleetway comics. I'm currently reading the IDW comics. So yes, there's always different versions of Sonic as a character that I'm kind of like used to. Where you got stuff like Underground, where Sonic is like a prince and he has like a twin brother and a twin sister, and they're trying to search and find their mom. Sonic Underground and all that. And then you got Sonic Sadium, where Sonic, that was where it started this whole thing where Sonic is like a rebel, and he's like with his childhood friends like Sally, Rotor, Antoine, Bunny, and stuff, and they're trying to take back the world from Dr. Eggman or Dr. Robotnik and all that stuff, who like took over the world and roboticized their parents and stuff, and their parental guardians and all that, and they're trying to like there's that, and then there's like the games and stuff, or like Sonic X, where it's just the traditional Sonic, where he just goes around and just fights Dr. Eggman on occasion, or Sonic Boom. So I knew the movies were definitely going to be like kind of different, especially when they were like, yeah, Sonic's an alien and stuff. And I'm like, Sonic's an alien. Sonic's never been an alien before. I mean, Shadow's an alien, but Sonic's not an alien though. He's always been from Earth, or like from a planet that's kind of like similar to Earth in his likeness, like Mobius. Mobius is Earth, but in some versions, Mobius is like a future version of Earth, like 1,000 years from now, or something like that. It got mutated or whatever, or like a counter Earth. Think of it like that, kind of like in Sonic X, where even in that version, Sonic and his friends, they're technically not aliens, but they're more so like from a world that used to be a part of Earth that's in another dimension, basically. So yeah, so I knew the movies was doing something completely different or whatever when they said that in the trailers and stuff, that Sonic was an alien. And then on top of that, what else? And then him being adopted and stuff by like Long Claw and Tom Wazowski and Maddie Wazowski and stuff. Again, that's something only in the movies and stuff. That's not something in the games, you know. So I can, or the little electricity thing that Sonic got going on whenever he runs, like the Flash and stuff. He like having this electricity kind of thing, like he got the Speed Force or something. Like those are all changes that they made in the movies, but I'm kind of used to it though, because there's always like different interpretations of the character that I just like I grow accustomed to. Anyways, let me read these comments. Seeing one interesting topic. Who do you think would fit for fourth member of Team Dark? I feel like someone like Short Fuse would make a fine addition. Yeah, from Fleetway. Short Fuse, I don't know about Team Dark though. Short Fuse could probably work on like Team Chaotix with like Vector, SPO, and Charmy. That's for sure. But a fourth member, I guess Dr. Eggman sort of comes to mind, since if you want to be technical, he was the original Team Dark member from like Sonic Adventures 2, because it was Shadow, Rouge, and Dr. Eggman. But moving past that though, you would need like an anti-hero like character. Surgeon Kid is probably out of the question. Probably not Whisper. That's a possibility though, but nah. Interesting. But no, I can't really say. I'll get back to you on that one. I appreciate that fans at least agree on calling Sonic characters Mobians. Mobius is will always be better than Sonic's world. I don't know about Mobius always being better, but yes, I do like to use the term Mobian though, because that's kind of what Sonic is, him and his friends, to differentiate them from like a regular hedgehog or like a non-anthropomorphic animal that they are, to just calling them Mobians and stuff, which they're like, oh, like Sonic, he's a Mobian hedgehog. Tails is a Mobian fox. Blaze the cat is a Mobian cat, even though she's from a different dimension. from Sonic and the others. You know, she's from the Soul Dimension, but still, you get the point. So, but yeah, I do like to stick with like calling them that, even though it's not sometimes like, oh, well, they're not canonically called that in this version, but they are technically still that. So, but yeah. So that's all I wanted to say about the Mario Galaxy movie and stuff. What else do I want to talk about? Well, this might be a little bit longer of a stream, but I got plenty of time. I mean, it's like 11 o'clock now. But I actually wanted to talk about some of my videos and stuff and share with you guys that and stuff and just do a quick little breakdown on some of my stuff. Let me share the screen. Not that screen. Let's see. What else have I done? I watched The Boys earlier today. That was interesting. I know. I watched The Boys mainly because of entertainment reasons. That's pretty much about it. I'm not saying that it's like the best written show ever or anything crazy, but yeah. So I saw the first 2 episodes. I saw the first episode a few days ago, and I didn't realize the second episode was out. But I saw clips about it online, and I was like, you know what? Let me watch that today. So I watched it. That was pretty interesting too. But yeah. But anyways, this is my obviously my animation, my last animation I did about Tails versus Infinite. Man, I've actually been working on this since like the start of like this year and stuff, and now I've like finally finished it. Even though like I was working on it up until like my birthday and everything. I was like I finally got it out and stuff. So here it is. Let me play it. All right, and that's the end of that. I'm gonna play it back a few times and like kind of go over. I just wanted to play this first, and then like I'm gonna, give my commentary. Even though I want Infinite to return, he kind of feels like a bootlegged Kylo Ren without any nuance. Well, honestly, Infinite is way cooler than Kylo Ren if you ask me. But I get what you mean though. Like, I mean, when I like first like learned about Infinite's story and stuff, when I played Sonic Forces and all that, I was like, man. And I trust me, I will continue to keep calling Infinite this, but he is just an anime like his personality is like that of a generic anime villain, pretty much. But you know what? I kind of want Infinite to come back, even if like they don't change his like backstory and stuff. Which I think, you know what, just keep it, because who cares if like he was a former mercenary that got beat up by Shadow one time, and then ever since then he's been obsessed with like gaining power, and then one time he gains power and defeats Shadow's rival Sonic, and then he ends up defeating Silver, and then helps Eggman take over the world and everything. I mean, sometimes some characters don't really need a whole lot of crazy motivation. Sometimes they just need a reason just to be evil, And I do like how Infinite is like a legit evil character and stuff, because I feel like Sonic villains definitely need like instead of like, you know, having some of the like villains like Eggman and stuff, where Eggman, despite, you know, despite a lot of the terrible things Eggman's done, Eggman kind of does have some redeemable qualities. But I kind of do also want some villains that are just like straight up evil, but is sometimes like a reoccurring villain for Sonic, you know. And Infinite can definitely be like one of those villains that could be reoccurring for Sonic, kind of like the Deadly Six as well, you know. But let me play this back a little bit, and I'll explain. Okay, so I took this song from Sonic Adventures 1, if that sounds familiar. I think this was called, it was the event called Strain. So remember when like Sonic first meets Chaos and stuff, when the police like showed up and they were like trying to like take down Chaos and stuff, and then Sonic shows up to like help them out and everything. Yeah, that's the song that I used. Originally I was going to use that thing that I used from the trailer for like that was like from Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds and stuff, but I decided, you know what? Well, let me just use some Sonic related stuff and like play this, because this would definitely also go well with like the introduction. So like, hear this out. Well, if it isn't the Fox Scout, where's Sonic, so I can handle him myself? He's not around, so you get me. Very well then, I'll have my revenge on Sonic by taking care of his buddy first. Prepare to die. And then, you know, I have these like, yeah. Well, I'm gonna probably explain that again when in a second. And then this song is from Mega Man ZX Adventure. This is that boss battle theme. Slam it. I was really thinking hard on the soundtrack, but like, yeah, like I was having a list of ideas that I wanted, but I was like, I don't know. Like, I was like, do I really want to use this theme or that theme or whatever? You know, but eventually, you know, I just decided on the themes I chose for the song. And of course, you know this theme. This is Sonic's His World theme from Sonic 06. You know, that's a perfect theme for Sonic and stuff, like for his introduction. I'm gonna definitely explain why I chose like these designs and why I chose the dialogue for it, or explain the dialogue, some of the references. This is Lua's theme from Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds and stuff. Like Lua, he's one of the twins from Leo. I mean, from Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds. He's also called Leo inside the English version. But yeah, but I liked Lua's theme and stuff inside Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds. Like when he was doing like him, Jack, and his sister Luna or Luca, they were like dueling against Aporio and stuff, and like one of their last matches in the series and stuff. Um, Lua had like this. This is like one of Lua's most badass moments and stuff, and one of my favorite moments in Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds and stuff, where you know, like he's a kid and stuff, and he's helpless, and Lua always has this problem with like confidence and everything, and like you know when things get tough like this, because he's in a real life or death situation, because he can't run or he dies, or he can't like you know, or if he loses the duel, uh, he dies, his sister dies, and you know his idol Jack Atlas, that he like they all die, so he has no choice but to like you know, and honestly he kind of like you know he like he's like all right, you know what, you know, he stays tough and stuff and tries to stand up to like protect his sister, to protect his idol and everything, takes damage and doesn't care and stuff, puts his life on the line and everything, and gambles like his life. Is like, it was crazy. Like that was like one of my favorite duels from Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds and one of Lua's best moments. And I actually always kind of liked Lua at the like when I started rewatching Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds. I'm like, man, I really like this kid, and I really feel like he has a lot of potential, but I'm like, man, the writing keeps screwing him over and stuff. It's like, man, like, because when you really think that he was going to become like a signer, because in Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds, like Yusei and his friends are all kind of brought together because they're all like signers and they have the Crimson Dragon mark, which the Crimson Dragon is like this deity, this god and stuff from a long time ago, you know, typical Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. And Yusei and his friends are modern day incarnations of like people that used to serve the Crimson Dragon god from a long time ago that also used to possess these marks and stuff, you know. So, anyways, but yeah, but Lua, I mean, his sister was born with one, but Lua was not until like later on in the end when the Crimson Dragon God acknowledged Lua and decided to make him a signer as well, like the others, since you know he's a part of Team 5Ds and everything. And Lua ended up getting the Crimson Dragon mark of the Crimson Dragon's heart and stuff, where everyone else got like stuff like you know Yusei got the head, Akiza got the foot, his sister Luca or you know Luna, she got the hand and stuff, which you know is ironic because the hand is holding the heart. Jack he got the wings, and Crow got the tail, which originally Yusei had the tail, and then what was his name? Ruda, he had the head, but you know that all got switched around. But you get the point. Yeah, it was supposed to like I know I kind of had him standing there for a minute, but I kind of wanted this theme to like play a little bit longer because it was going so hard. Despair. No. Yeah, obviously, you know that's the victory fanfare from Sonic 06. The you know when you like clear the stage, and then all the credits and stuff. You know, and then here's my name at the bottom and stuff. Names I go by or whatever. Uh, Also, me just saying like because I want Sega to bring back Infinite, and then obviously they brought him back because I swear to God I really made this, and you guys with God as my witness, you guys saw this on my like live stream. I was literally working on that Tales versus Infinite animation at the start of this year, right? And then lo and behold, you know, um, but like a few weeks before I put out this animation and stuff, they did that Chaotix Files where they finally brought back Infinite after all this time. It's been like 9 years, and that character has always been like has been gone for quite a while. And I'm like, please bring back Infinite. And they also need to bring back Super Tails and Hyper Knuckles because you know I feel like Tails and Knuckles they've been kind of neglected a lot by like you know Sonic Team and in these Sonic stories and stuff. I mean, I know they had something inside Sonic Frontiers, but please give them a little bit more. You know, give them like a role in the story where they actually do something noteworthy. You know, not just Shadow and Silver. Silver sometimes might get something, sometimes not, but he finally got something inside the Metal Virus saga where he helped get rid of the Metal Virus. But yeah, but usually a lot of the stuff kind of goes to Sonic or Shadow, and I'm like, well, please, like do something with Tails, do something with Knuckles. I mean, you got other characters, man, that need like some fleshing out. If anything, we need a proper fight between him and Shadow after a disappointment in Force's story gave us. Yeah, we never really saw Infinite get his get back on Shadow, but if you want to be technical, I mean, technically speaking, I think what would have been interesting is if Shadow had like, I mean, not Shadow, if Infinite, because you know how like Infinite made all those clones and stuff of like the characters like Shadow or like or Zavok or Metal Sonic and stuff or Chaos. What would have made sense was what if Infinite wanted to ruin Shadow by like making a clone of him like he did and just having that clone like everybody believes that the clone is actually Shadow, and then that like people turn on Shadow and stuff like that, believing that he works for Dr. Eggman and stuff like that. So that's makes sense why Shadow would have more of a reason to want to go after Infinite, and kind of a reason like in the IDW comics where you know that takes place after Sonic Forces and Shadow wants to get payback, or not payback, but he wants to kill Dr. Eggman and stuff because he thinks he's a danger to the world out of the whole Sonic Forces stuff. I'm just saying like that would have actually been pretty interesting to kind of go into that territory. But I'm probably thinking a little bit too much on that. Honestly, after Shadow Generation, Sega needs to revive the idea and give Tails, Knuckles, and Amy their own games again. I don't know about Amy getting her. Well, maybe. Like, who am I? And Amy's one of my favorite characters. But yeah, but Tails and Knuckles definitely need to, they definitely need to have their own games again though. I really haven't told you about the part when I talked to Larry on Larry said he would beat up Zeus along with the other gods of Olympus. Then throw a giant mountain at them. Well, he'll have to get in shape for that one. But yeah. But anyways, let me play this back. All right, I'm gonna go slow on the speed. Yeah, let me a little bit lower. Anyways, I designed Tails like his Sonic Boom and his Light Mobius future outfit because I wanted this to be like an older version of Tails and stuff. And obviously, I gave him the extra tails stuff, which I kind of just got used to as I was drawing. Because I remember somebody on TikTok asked me, they're like, "Why is Tails like look more like 9 with the multi tails and all that?" And I was like, "Well, I wanted this to be like an older Tails and stuff, because I'm not a huge fan of how like Sega or how Sonic Team kind of keeps Tails a little bit in this void where he's just everybody's kid brother, even though Tails has kind of been around for like the longest, like than any other Sonic character and stuff, or established kind of the longest. So it will kind of make a little bit more sense to kind of age them up. But since they're not going to age up Sonic, they're not really going to age up Tails all that much. So my version of Tails right here, this is an aged up like version of Tails and stuff. And I gave him like the Sonic Boom look and everything to kind of make him appear more older and stuff, And it makes sense too. I mean, they should definitely bring back this design for Tails. Like out of all the stuff with like Sonic Boom and stuff, which I remember back in the day, people used to criticize the hell out of those designs and stuff. A lot of people actually like Tails and Amy's designs, especially Tails, where they're like, you know what, this actually is fitting for Tails' character, with the goggles and the tool belt and everything. Like, yeah, makes sense. Let me turn this down because I know this is going to be awkward. And then here's Infinite, and I decided to go with a maskless Infinite because why not? You don't really have too much of Infinite wearing his mask and stuff, and I think his design without the mask is pretty interesting or pretty cool too. I mean, he has some other cool designs that were conception, like a lot of good conceptual designs, but I was like, you know what? Let me go with a maskless Infinite, to show off his face. I ain't gonna lie though, he kind of looks like sort of like like Knack the Weasel a little bit, or Fang the Sniper. Yeah, with the little jaggle snaggle tooth for whatever and all that, and the stern face and all. Yeah, and I kind of like the multicolor eye thing he got going on. I know there's an actual real life condition where some people might actually have like different colored eyes, where one person might have like blue eye, so like a blue eye on one side and the green on the other. But yeah, for example. But yeah, so Infinite probably has something like that too. And I strictly wanted to kind of keep this on. Well, I'm gonna explain as I go along. Let me see some of these comments. How old is Tails in this version? I didn't really choose a specific age, but probably like a teenager or something like that. Not like he's not that old. Fang isn't a weasel, nor Bean the Dynamite is a duck. Yeah. I know. Sometimes I do forget about Bean being like an actual woodpecker instead of a duck, because you just think, oh, Daffy Duck or something like that, or because of how he's designed. But yeah, Bean is a woodpecker, and what's his face, Knack or Fang, whatever. I mean, he's kind of a mix like of a lot of different Mobians when you really think about it, or like when you like yeah, because originally yes, he was supposed to be a weasel, or that's what we used to call him, Knack the Weasel, and then Sega kind of changed him to be like, okay, well we're going to officially call him by his alternative name that a lot of people don't really call him, which is Fang the Sniper and stuff, and he's going to be a Joroba and stuff, which is like a type of mouse or whatever. But Fang is technically canonically like mixed with like a lot of other stuff, including a wolf, right? So I'm just including a wolf as well. He has in his ancestry. So imagine like if he actually did join the Jackal Squad, because Infinite used to like have this group called the Jackal Squad, and I think it would be interesting if he had some members a part of that team. And Knack would probably make he would probably fit in nice with that group, maybe. because it is a mercenary group after all. So, anyways, I got him throwing these constructs and stuff at Tails, like these spike ball constructs, kind of like, you know how like Infinite can conjure up constructs or illusions or whatever. Tails firing off the little energy blast thing, kind of like from Sonic Battle, but I kind of made it blue, kind of like a Kamehameha wave instead of yellow and stuff, because I feel like that's a little bit more, you know, it looks a little bit more better in my personal opinion. And then he charges at Tails, and then you know he's like, "Where do you go?" and stuff like that. And Tails is like, I mean, well, Infinite's like, "What?" And then Tails teleports using Chaos Control. Now I know I didn't exactly explain or elaborate too much on this part. Obviously, it's a fight, so of course you're not going to really elaborate much or do a lot of like talking. But this is supposed to be a homage to like Sonic Adventures 2, where like Sonic used the Chaos Emerald to teleport out of Eggman's capsule that he got trapped in, where he almost got blown up into outer space and stuff. So this is the fake emerald, actually, not the because later on you see Sonic is in his super form, so that means he's got all the Chaos Emeralds, right? Right. So this is a fake emerald that Tails had used because I kind of want to use Tails' own feats to kind of show what kind of like how good of a character he is. Because yeah, if it wasn't for Tails creating the fake emerald for Sonic to like teleport out of that trap and stuff, then yeah, and I'm like, if Sonic can do it, then shouldn't Tails be able to do it too? So just a thought. So I think that would be something pretty interesting to give Tails that ability, you know. Then he does a spin dash, which I almost had Tails say, let me show you another technique that I taught Sonic actually. And that's the spin dash, because I heard somewhere, I think I heard from Death Battle, and this actually might be true, but Tails was actually the one that taught Sonic how to use the spin dash. So I thought, you know, that would be interesting if he, you know, said that or whatever, but he didn't say it. So I just had him just do the spin dash or whatever. But yeah, because I think Tails was the one that taught Sonic how to do the spin dash. And when you think about it, like in the games and stuff, whenever like what is it, Sonic 2 or something, and like Tails wants to like, you know, he's just standing around and like let's say you're by something that needs a spin dash or something like that, like up a hill, then Tails would do a spin dash to kind of show the player, oh yeah, that's right, you can use a spin dash to get up this to build up speed better and stuff like that. I definitely like this part and stuff. This is supposed to be like a little him drilling through Infinite's little force shield that he had created and stuff like that. Obviously, I just made this bigger and smaller and stuff like that. And I thought that was a cool little action part and stuff. And then I have Infinite just kick Tails and stuff like several feet away down to the ground. Then Tails falls back and then he jumps again to avoid Infinite, you know, trying to stab him with his like energy construct sword, because you know back when Infinite, before, like when he was a mercenary, he used to fight with a sword and the web comic and stuff and Sonic Forces. This is also kind of sort of in reference to Link from Super Smash Brothers. Like remember when he tried to attack Mario, when as you saw, like yeah, that was something I was trying to set up too, so it wouldn't look like he teleported here. But when Mario tried to when Link thought that Mario killed Zelda and stuff, and then like Link tried to like pull up on Mario and stuff and stab him with the sword. This is like yeah, what that's based off on. And then I wanted Tails to have a little bit more action and stuff before he goes like all super and stuff. So he like flies up in the air, and I really liked how I did the little spinning blade thing. I might make that into a thing, sort of like even with like Michelangelo's like nunchucks and stuff. He can kind of spin his yeah. I'll probably have him do that, but yeah. But I liked how I did that. Tails throwing the dummy ring bombs, another technique of Tails and stuff that it blows up in Infinite's face. I thought that would be a cool like you know counterattack. And then I have Infinite create clones and stuff. Let me check out the comments and stuff. Bark the Polar Bear. Is Bark the Polar Bear silent like Michael Myers or Jason Voorhees? I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, I just think that Bark is just naturally, he's just mute. But yeah, it is what it is, though. And I just thought this would be a fun idea for like Infinite to like mess with Tails by like turning him into like turning his Infinite clones, which you remember Infinite could create illusionary clones of himself if he wanted to, and be like, you know what? Here's a better idea. for a cub, you got some fight in you. I'll give you that. And you see the flashes right here in a second where they transform to Sonic and the others and stuff. Maybe your friends can take the fight out of you because, of course, wouldn't that not be a villainous thing for Infinite to like want to mess with Tails by turning his Infinite clones into looking like Sonic's friends? So it would look like, yeah, and that way, to look like Tails' friends and stuff like that. And I think that would be a cool way of like, oh, okay, not only is he messing with him mentally, but also I get to like show off like these characters' powers and stuff, or see them in action and stuff, versus like, oh, Infinite just doing his own attacks and stuff. So you get a versatile, diverse kind of thing where they're all trying to like fight on fight Tails and stuff like that, or Tails is fighting all of these characters at once. And of course, I had to put Chaos here too, to give Tails his redemption. But since I didn't have Tails defeat Chaos, your mind games won't work on me, or your cheap imitations. But yeah, but I had Chaos end up in there, and there's Knuckles. He goes first, and he doesn't hit Tails at all in this, but he sets Tails up where he tries to he leaps at him, and then he hits the ground and stuff. And then there's Amy and stuff. Now remember in my tutorial when I was doing it on my other channel for the Kubi Charmer account, I had I was like, and I was genuinely I was legit actually working and stuff. And I was thinking I added that one part with Amy where she was about to wind up the thing. So it looked like because if I had that, see, look, that's what I had drew after that that stream had ended, where I was like, all right, well, let me add this so it can look like, okay, Amy's about to wind up to hit Tails, so it doesn't look like she just popped up out of nowhere. Because if I had her like this and she just hits Tails or whatever, and this is empty, even though I know sometimes people probably won't just think about it, bam, it'll look like, okay, she hit Tails and stuff was just like that. And then there's Silver right there, using his telekinesis. I really like this though. It's really quick and stuff and brief. I think some of Silver's things, his fingers are a little cut off, but it is what it is. But he kinetically throws Tails and stuff. Tails, as you can see, has all his tails right here and stuff. Then he throws Tails and stuff like a like some kind of comet, and then he hits the ground, explodes, and then Shadow, and Shadow and Tails might have some kind of crazy beef or something, where Shadow always just hates on Tails. So he throws his Chaos Spears, which probably does a lot of damage to Tails compared to any other character that just did to him up until this point, right? And then Sonic just stomps on Tails and stuff. I took some of this as reference from Sonic's fight versus Knuckles. I almost said Dr. Eggman, from the Sonic X fight. And then he does the little Bruce Lee, yeah, when he fought from that Into the Dragon movie, when he fought what was that man's name? O'Hara. Yeah, O'Hara, when he fought O'Hara and stuff. He finished off O'Hara with that stomp. Yeah. And Sonic, one of his moves is that he does that stomp too. So yeah. And then Chaos picks up Tails or whatever and just doesn't really do anything, but he's about to finish him off and crush his skull and all that. And everybody else is here aura farming and everything, looking at the defeated Tails and everything. So there's that. And I used Chaos 2 because he kind of looks a lot more imposing than Chaos 0. So that's also a reason why I went with that. The Infinite's finish him and stuff. Seems like you're at your limit. Perhaps jackals are more dangerous than foxes. I kind of wanted to shoe and horn in that comment. If anyone knows, if you know your Metal Gear Solid stuff, that's obviously a reference from Metal Gear Solid, because I wanted, because you obviously got a jackal, which, Infinite's a jackal, Tails is a fox. So I'm remember that, that dialogue between Liquid Snake and Gray Fox, where he was foolish man, jackals are more dangerous than foxes, or we use jackals to hunt foxes or royal harriers. And then Gray Fox has a moment where he says a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. And I kind of wanted Tails to kind of say something like that too, but I had to kind of set it up with Infinite though. And in the end of the day, I think I had Sonic actually say that, but you know. Then there's chaos and stuff. This shot, I actually kind of liked how I did this shot, and then like where I kind of just drew like him getting his arm severed, and his like face goes up, and I was like, "What the?" And then he just turns into water like that. It just like yeah, and he's like, "What?" And then Supersonic shows up. Now I didn't originally plan on Supersonic showing up because I wanted this just to be a completely one-on-one fight between Tails versus Infinite, but I had to bring out like because it wouldn't make sense if like Tails had the Chaos Emeralds because I wanted him to always go Super Tails anyways at the start of this like not at the start of this video, but I was planning on him becoming Super Tails like in general, but it wouldn't make sense if he just like oh well he fought Infinite in his base form, but he didn't have the Chaos Emeralds, you know, because he knows how powerful Infinite was. So I had to create a reason. So I was thinking like, what if I got Knuckles to show up to save Tails? But then I was like, I don't know, but then he'll have to leave, you know, Angel Island and all that stuff or whatever. And I don't know. It's not like Knuckles wouldn't save Tails. Of course he would. But I think maybe this would probably be a little bit more better if Sonic just showed up. So I had Supersonic show up and stuff already in his super form, probably getting off of some other adventure or something like that to save Tails. I really like how I designed Supersonic and everything. Tails, are you all right, bud? Sonic? Oh yeah, I got this pause. My bad. So the Hedgehog of Light decides to make an appearance, and the Hedgehog of Light thing. If you also know your stuff about Sonic X and Dark Oak and the season 3, that was something that Dark Oak used to be calling Sonic and stuff. Sonic and Shadow used to be calling them the Hedgehogs of Light and stuff like that, or something like that. But I couldn't really find it again. But yeah, I'm pretty yeah. But Dark Oak used to be like he used to call them that though, so I thought that'd be fun to bring like have Infinite call Sonic that again. As far as like dialogue goes, be like, oh, so the Hedgehog of Light decides to make an appearance, and then Sonic retorts with, "Well, I see your face decided to make an appearance." And stuff, you know, because he doesn't have the mask on and stuff. You know, Sonic will probably say something like witty and snarky like that, like to Infinite. I did all I could, Sonic, but even if I overcame my fear, it's not enough to beat him. You know, and I was actually thinking too that if this was going to be like a thing, I was going to have like this be like an aberration or something like that for like Tails that he's like before he's like finished off or something like that. He just thinks about Sonic and Knuckles, trying to uplift him and stuff. And he's like, well, you know, and then he goes super, but then I'll have to explain the Chaos Emeralds, which I don't have an explanation again with the Chaos Emerald stuff. But yeah. So I just went with this and stuff. So that wasn't originally like this part right here wasn't entirely a part of like my original plan, but I decided just to like, all right, fine, whatever. I guess this would kind of make a little bit more logical sense for Sonic to show up and help out Tails real quick, you know. And then obviously this part is kind of cut out because of like when I was drawing this or whatever. I was putting this green aura, and obviously but this is the Chaos Heal that Sonic does inside Sonic X, where if you remember when like Sonic was in the season 1 finale when he saved Chris from Dr. Eggman and stuff, and Chris was all beat up, Sonic used Chaos Heal. It's a technique that he does in super form that he can heal other people and stuff like that. So obviously he heals Tails' injuries and wounds, and then transfers you know, a part of his power onto Tails, so he could become Super Tails. And then I had this cool exit out shot of Tails as Super Tails and stuff. Obviously, I made him yellow and stuff. Yeah, and you know, I actually like how I added the shading and stuff to him to still kind of like make him look like, oh, okay, like he's like in a superior form. And I kind of had him like move down the goggles and stuff, and I made the goggles red because you know when you go in the super forms inside Sonic and stuff, usually Unlike in Dragon Ball Z, because in Dragon Ball Z the eyes are blue when you go like Super Saiyan or something, but inside Sonic when you go like Super, most of the characters' eye color becomes red. Like Shadow's eye color is always red, so it stays red. Sonic's eye colors become red. I think Tails' eye color becomes red. Knuckles doesn't really turn yellow though. He usually turns like a pinkish kind of color or like a fluorescent. Yeah. So I thought that would be cool. I over clock mod would be completed since another mod Forces Reimagining got canceled since creator got burned out. 9 years of development. Oh, yeah, yeah, that would be interesting. But the Nine Tails thing probably would also make sense too. But this is just my design of like how a modern Super Tails should definitely look. Most definitely. Now this and how he kicks Knuckles and stuff. This is supposed to be a reference to Tails' Thunder Shoot and stuff. If you remember the Thunder Shoot from Sonic Heroes, and you see a part of Tails' foot is cut out. But but since it's going that quickly and stuff, you're not gonna really notice if it's playing on like the regular speed. But he kicks Knuckles like a Thunder Shoot and stuff. If you remember, that's one of the techniques from like Sonic Heroes and stuff, where like Tails does a Thunder Shoot where he throws or he kicks like Sonic or Knuckles and stuff. Yeah, as like a what you call it, as like some kind of projectile and everything. So that's supposed to be a reference to that. And he kicks Knuckles into Silver, and then Silver and Knuckles are blasting off into like whatever outer space or whatever. And then Amy tries to attack Tails from behind. I kind of drew this as like a reference from like if you remember like from the Archie comics where like Amy tries to attack Knack and stuff when he like was attacking Sally and stuff, and then like he's like, "Oh, I got you now, princess," when he cornered her, and like Sally and Amy were working together and stuff, and he didn't know Amy was in the room too, and she's like, "Oh, and I got you," and she had the hammer and stuff like this, and Knack was like, "Oh, damn." Like it's like, oh, I knew you would take the slide, and then yeah, and then Tails uses his tail to like grab Amy, and then tosses her to the ground. Um, Shadow, I have like this whole obviously like it's three drawings I did of like him trying to swing at Tails and Tails avoiding it and stuff like this. Looks pretty cool. Even in the slow mo, looks pretty cool because I had this on on a faster speed. But yeah, and then I had Tails like retaliate back by like hitting him with Shadow. So a little bit payback for some of that stuff from the other stuff where Shadow was always beating up on Tails and stuff. I didn't really have much of a background either, so I guess. And then he ends like hitting Shadow up into the air, finishing him off. Originally, this was going to be a part of one of the sequences that you just saw, but I was like, well, this would make sense if it was like him finishing him off and knocking him up into the air or something like that. Then, yeah. And then Tails looks behind him. So, Tails behind you. Sonic cries out, where his counterpart, or his evil clone, goes after Tails. So he does the figure eight technique. Tails charges at him. They fight, or they clash or whatever, and then he explodes. And that's it from there. And then Infinite wanted to finish this off, and Infinite decides to like finish off Tails by throwing this like giant energy ball, Frieza's just like Frieza style, basically, like his supernova attack. And he's like despair and stuff, like totally an Infinite kind of thing that he would say. And then Tails, this is obviously a reference to the Tail Beast Bomb, because I'm like, come on, you got to have an opportunity. Like, if I had an opportunity, why not do this? So Tail Beast Bomb, and then bam, shoots at Infinite. And then, there's a beam struggle. And then Tails obviously wins the beam struggle and then like pushes the energy ball back. And then Infinite, gets defeated pretty much. Probably not killed because he probably like disappears or whatever and will probably come back again eventually. But, so I thought that was pretty cool. And then it ends off with this these winning poses. I guess this fox is more dangerous than jackals and whatnot. But yeah, that's pretty much the breakdown of my animation and everything. And then of course I drew the background and stuff. I kind of reused some. Obviously, I kind of reused some of this stuff to kind of like You know, right, like the tree and the bushes and the grass and and this plant kind of move some of the stuff around a little bit to make it a little bit different. Gave it an orange background and stuff instead of blue. Originally, I was gonna set this at like Tails' workshop, but I kind of decided, you know what, it's kind of around that vicinity, but this is gonna be in like probably like around the Mystic Ruins, you know. But it has a lot of like references or influences from the Angel Islands stage from Sonic 3. But that's the end of that though. But yeah, that's my animation and stuff. I know it's got like 76 views and stuff, but hey. Um but yeah, but I'm gonna definitely try to advertise it more or something like that. Or, you know, I'm glad of how it turned out. But yeah. But anyways, that's my breakdown on that video. I'm about to do another breakdown in another video. So I hope you guys are prepared and stuff. Definitely going to be crossing into the 12 o'clock borderline. That's for sure. But hey, let's get into it. All right, so I'm gonna talk about my black anime characters tribute video that I had did and stuff. So that should be fun. So let's get into it. How's it going, everybody? It is the Kage Level Fox Series. I got myself on the double speed. Let me get myself on the regular speed. So remember, I was on like Jay Leno's stream and stuff, and Jay Leno was kind of talking about like black anime characters have never been like represented well, stuff like that. And I was like, what? Black anime characters have never been represented well. I mean, and I like, and this is also like a pending conversation we had before, and even outside of us and stuff. Like I've heard other people say like, oh well, black anime characters aren't that great, or blase blase. They always draw us with the pink lips and stuff. Yeah, like back in the day, but like I said before, and like I said in this video, the Japanese didn't know it was offensive. It happens. That was the style they drew us in and all that stuff. And on top of everything else, like even if they drew us this way or whatever, I don't think that this is their way of trying to say that, oh, we're ugly or something like that, because they still wrote black characters. Once they like put them in their stories and stuff, they still wrote them like, you know, like actual characters and stuff, and not like, oh, they're just slapstick humor or whatever and stuff like that. But anyways, let me play this video. How's it going, everybody? So I wanted to start off with like showing some of the examples of why people, like some people. So I started with the Balrog from Street Fighter, from the Street Fighter 2, the animated movie and stuff. I just thought that would be a little bit funny. The Kage Level Fox Series, my channel. I want to talk about anime, video games, cartoons, most notably Sonic and Ninja Turtles. And today, again, another funny shot. Anime. Yep, that's right. If you're at the title of the video, you know what this is going to be about. Choco and stuff. Even though Choco is an alright character, it's not like this design isn't that bad. Representation of black people inside anime. For this character, this is actually inspired based off of that live stream that I had did with Jay Leno, not too long ago about black superheroes and stuff. And why. And again, it was a good stream. So if you guys are interested, go check that out. I pulled this is that prison warden. He's from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds and stuff. I thought, you know, that would be an interesting character to use. To like get my point across in the start of this video, where they'd be like, oh well, you know, black hairs are offensive, and this is probably some of the examples people will probably use and stuff. This is not but yeah, but this guy was an asshole. He was picking his nose and everything. Just abusive. This is the first time I've seen character from Dragon Ball and stuff, where he tried to, him and the other guy, they were part of the Red Ribbon Army, and they were thinking about like, you know, touching Bulma non-consensually. This go around where I've seen other people talk about and all that. Oh my God, anime is so racist to black people and blah blah blah. And here's my response to that. So now, I'm not gonna lie to you. I've never seen Promised Neverland. I know of it, never really seen it before. But usually when I hear people talk about Promised Neverland, sometimes they always be bringing up this character and stuff and be like, "Oh my God, she's a mammy. Oh my God, she's a racist caricature of black women and stuff like that." And people got to get over that, in my personal opinion, when it comes to like caricatures and stuff like that, because I'm like, bro, not everything is racist and not everything is meant to be offensive. Okay, sometimes black people, there are some black people out there that aren't that are not pretty, that can be ugly, that can be overweight, that can be trashy and stuff. That is a cruel reality. Okay, it happens. Let's get right into it. With the growing popularity of anime becoming more, and I thought this was kind of funny too, because yeah, I took the part from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 2, where in the beginning, where that one dude, this guy, he's a racist and stuff, and like what's his face, Joseph and Granny Arena had invited this Pit Pocket, Smokey and stuff, who Joseph became friends with Smokey
Stream, some
to
normies or
eat dinner with
tourists
them
try
and
to
stuff
go
like
and
that. And then
find
this guy was saying all this racist stuff about Smokey and stuff, talking about something. Oh, his odor is ruining my appetite. Why'd you let his kind in here? And
problematic
stuff like
things
that. I
about
thought that'd
anime
be
to
funny
have something to kind of
to also
complain
open
about.
up with that too.
But this one is actually a long-standing argument that's been around since anime has come to the West about how anime used to portray black
Yeah, I liked
people
Arena's
as
speech
the
too,
worst
how
of
she was
the
like,
past.
no, people can
People
have
who
their
took offense
opinions,
to
but
this
you
try to
insulted
bring
our
up
friend
Mr.
in public.
Popo
So
because he's as dark
please,
as Ace of
Joseph,
Spades, even though he's
please,
not even
JoJo, whoop
human.
his ass.
Because if you
But
go to your
don't bring
Dragon
in the
Ball
other
lore, you
customers
know
or
that
whatever.
or if you at least go in the Dragon Ball Wikipedia, Mr. Popo
Then everybody always want to bring up Mr. Popo as an example and be like, oh, Mr. Popo is a racist stereotype. Is he though? I'm like, is he though? Because I mean, Mr. Popo, first off, we all know Mr. Popo is not even a human. Okay. And on top of that, I kind of like, if you do a little research and stuff, you would know that Mr. Popo is based off of Hindu mythology and stuff, or a Hindu deity and stuff, because, Dragon Ball, they have a lot of weird characters, even in the background of Dragon Ball, where some characters are like just humans. They have animal characters like Oolong or Puar or something like that that can talk, that are like, Oolong's a pig, a talking, walking pig. Puar, she's a talk. I mean, I said he's a talking, walking cat. Puar, I think, is voiced by a female, but Puar is a boy. My bad. Who's another example? Or they have dinosaurs inside Dragon Ball. So they have a lot of goofy or weird characters inside Dragon Ball a lot. So it's like, it is what it is. And Mr. Popo, I'm like, so what makes Mr. Popo the exception to the rule? But
Popo is actually considered to be a demigod, and he's actually
and this is the Dragon Ball Wikipedia. He's considered to be a demigod. He's an attended Kami. He is literally older than Kami, and his mentor is not the other way around. Remember that.
based off a Hindu deity, and Dragon Ball's characters are mostly based off of like Asian or
And
Chinese
this is like
mythology.
me literally doing the Google search and stuff of what he was. And yeah, the Great Black One, a fierce, wrathful protector deity in Buddhism and Hinduism, particularly Tibet.
Like Goku, who's based off of some
Symbol. Oh, hang on. Let me go back a little bit.
based off
Symbolizing time, death, and destruction of obstacles until enlightenment. Yeah, sounds exactly like Mr. Popo's character when you know more
like
about him.
Asian or Chinese mythologies, like Goku, who's based off of Sun Wukong, the folklore hero, or Tien, who's based off the Cyclops that fought Sun Wukong, I believe, or Chaozu. I don't know what Chaozu's based off of, but I mean, I don't really see a whole lot of white people complain about Chaozu. And oh, he's doing whiteface, but it's always got to be Mr. Popo. Oh, he's doing blackface. Oh, he's a caricature of us, even though he's based off of Hindu mythology. But another popular example is Officer Black from Dragon Ball, but since he was killed off, he's not as used as sparingly as Mr. Popo, who acts as a positive mentor for Goku. And I doubt Akira Toriyama meant any offense by it, given how Officer Black was written. Unlike some of those loser black people that kind of bashed him over this after his death, and oh, I don't like. Yeah, I really hate when people want to always bring up stuff like, oh, well, this said person had died, so let me talk about how racist they were in passing. Like, that's very insensitive and so narcissistic to always like bring that up. You know what I'm saying? Like every goddamn time. It's like, bro, stop caring about what other people think about you and just, be like, all right, well, say your condolences and just move the hell on. But yeah. And even when Chuck Norris had died, like Chuck Norris had passed away and stuff, and people will also try to make that into a thing and be like, oh my God, Chuck Norris. No, he wasn't. Shut up. And I even had that one dude, Jackson, which no shade at him, but he was also like, well, I don't like Chuck Norris because I think he was racist towards Asians and stuff. I'm like, one of his closest friends back in the day was Bruce Lee, and Bruce Lee is half Asian, or he's not even half Asian. He's like 75% Asian, and his and even after Bruce Lee's death, like Chuck Norris's family was still good friends with Bruce Lee's family because their sons were friends, Brandon Lee and Chuck Norris's son. So what's the excuse there? Akira Toriyama and
Anyways,
stuff.
I can see.
Oh, thank goodness he died or whatever.
Like it comes off as insensitive, inappropriate, ignorant, and honestly kind of counterproductive to me, because it's kind of like when Hulk Hogan had passed away. Like people were trying to bring up and be like, "Oh, Hulk Hogan" and stuff. People used to shit on Hulk Hogan when he passed away not too long ago, and I'm like, bruh, stop. You know, like, bro, stop it. Like, this is not the time and the place and stuff. And it's kind of weird to me to bring up Hulk Hogan being possibly racist. Like, people would talk about that, but I heard like Hulk Hogan had like abuse allegations and stuff. So why bring the racist stuff up but not talk about that? You know, that's weird to me. But okay. Oh well, Hulk Hogan's he was a racist and stuff, even though he said something in a private
Even though
conversation that
neither
shouldn't
two
have
really
been
be brought up,
recorded.
just
But you know,
all right, well,
but
know.
that's the thing about us black people is that we're really caught up with this from Boys in the Hood. I thought this would be a little bit funny. Inside, like,
where I needed an
this
example.
bubble or this whole like self-image kind of. This is a really good speech, though. I'm not gonna lie, from Lawrence Fishburne from Boys in the Hood, where he was talking about gentrification, a thing where like we're like thinking about how other people will like perceive us or other people's beliefs. This is also another good speech too. It's about us and stuff instead of actually like putting that time and energy into like, I don't know, trying to lead a more exemplary life. I wanted to show exemplary life, so you know, Uncle Phil, Aunt Vivian, because this is a scene where like they really showed how much like power and influence they had, especially over these like, you know, these sheriffs that like arrested Will and Carlton like wrongfully and stuff. And like, you know, Uncle Phil is a lawyer, and then later on he becomes a judge. Vivian, she was a teacher and stuff. Like I think she was a college professor too, or trying to like, you know, prove them wrong on down the line. Or like this is Everybody Hates Chris, where like Julius is standing up to Malvo for Chris, which this is such an underrated and probably one of the best scenes of Everybody Hates Chris, where like Malvo was like, you know, he was bullying Chris and stuff, telling him, "I want you to steal a chain for me since you cost me a gold chain." And then Julius like popped up, you know, and you know, he was like, "Leave him alone." And you know, if you put your hands on him, you'll see what happened. Wrong and stuff like that. He's like, in your dreams, I'll be there. Or when you're watching TV, I'll be there. You know, when you're in the shower, I'll be there. Because how are you going to change somebody else's mind if you're, you know, going to like, oh, well, have that hate. Also, another successful, you know, black figure, Michael Kyle, from My Wife and Kids and stuff. I thought, you know, he's a very successful truck owner and stuff, and a good dad. And the animosity back towards them, even if like when they pass. Or Lean on Me, this movie, really great movie and stuff. I haven't seen this in a minute, but Morgan Freeman right here. And so I remember I first saw this movie actually back when I was in back during my senior year in high school, where my teacher, Mr. Trueblood, showed us this, and I was like, why does he look like Morgan Freeman and stuff? And then he was like, that is Morgan Freeman. I'm like, what? Yeah, because I was so used to Morgan Freeman being old. I was like, oh, that is Morgan Freeman. And he sounded like him too. I mean, people justify that one World War II German painter guy. Well, less can you expect? Yeah, they do. I mean, I guess some people do. I mean, look, here's the thing too about Hitler. I'm not gonna trust me. I'm not saying whatever Hitler did was right or wrong, or I mean, whatever it was right. Hell no, it was wrong as hell. Of course, you know, he committed genocide and everything. But there's a saying that my dad tells me and stuff a lot, or one of his favorite sayings, that a fool can learn from a wise. I mean, a wise man can learn from a fool, but a fool can't learn from a wise man, right? Which means that like a fool would never learn from their mistakes, or they would never learn to become better, like to better themselves. But a wise man would always, you know, they can learn from anyone, including a fool and stuff, you know. So you can definitely learn some stuff from like Adolf Hitler and stuff, because Hitler wasn't always bad up until, you know, obviously with the whole with the Judaism and stuff, or you know what he did with the Holocaust and everything, and the Nazis. Like, yeah, he definitely went down in history as like the worst, like one of the worst human beings that's ever walked the earth. Okay, but before that, he did actually do some good and stuff, but obviously, you know, clearly the genocide and everything clearly eclipsed all the good and stuff, and rightfully so. But anyways, let me continue. It's away and stuff. That's why I say it's counterproductive, if anything. I really like, I mean, I've seen this before, but I really like this so much that, you know what, I was like, you know what, let me put this in the video and stuff, where this guy was going off on that one guy that was talking all that shit about Akira Toriyama and stuff, and he was like, first off,
tell me while I'm scrolling through Twitter, right? And I see this tweet come across my timeline that says, y'all are saying rest in power for a man who literally designed this racist ass character design.
And even if Mr. Popo was black, I mean, you also got to realize too that not only was Mr. Popo like a mentor to like Kami and a mentor to like Dende, but he was also a mentor to Goku as well and trained him and everything, you know? So I'm just saying, like, come on. Like, why are we yeah, like why like Mr. Popo actually is a pretty good character and stuff. He's not like, oh, he's a slapstick, terrible character. He's meant for comic relief or anything. No.
Now, we all watch Dragon Ball Z, so we've seen Mr. Popo before, but I can understand why this person got mad because this nigga looks like it. Look at this nigga. I can't believe this nigga chose to disrespect Akira Toriyama on the day of his death.
Since you want to just
Well, since you want to send Akira Toriyama off with that, let's see if we can send you off with this. Nigga, if you don't get your big ass Bridget from Trolls Rage, Shinron, Elder Guru, Majin
Oh, I
Buu,
hate to get
Fat
it.
Gotenks,
Yeah.
August, Great League, Janemba, Black Yajirobe, Luffy, Get Full, Tank Man, Grimace, Queen, Big Mom, Gloria from Madagascar, PJ from a Goofy movie, Bro Sister, Rasputia, BFB the Fag Man, Steel from Juice, Phazon Love, Big X the Plug. Look at this fat ass nigga, fat nigga from 8 Mile, built ass, the fuck up out of here.
But for what it's worth, yeah, I thought the shit was funny. I mean, it's crazy how some black sides with the mustache man just because he didn't genocide African, even though his buddy Mussolini was trying to conquer Africa. Interesting. But anyways, let me continue. Worth, I think Officer Black is one of the best OG Dragon Ball villains. I would say, like, showing some of the OG Dragon Ball villains, King Piccolo, Piccolo Jr. You know, before him is obviously like King Piccolo, Piccolo Mercenary Tao, Shin Jr., Mercenary Tao, Tambourine, and I think Officer Black is kind of right up there with Shin. I mean, I didn't show Tambourine, but you get the point. General Blue and General Blue, pretty much, you know. But I mean, they're obviously leagues better than like Commander Red. Yeah, like I don't think Officer Black is really a bad villain and stuff. I'm like, I don't know what like what's bad about Officer Black. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, yeah, he had to put up the most with Commander Red and everything, and his abuse and all his like, you know, like him like literally leading the Red Ribbon Army to its own destruction and stuff because he wanted to use the Dragon Balls as power to make himself taller instead of using it for world domination. So obviously, Officer Black stepped up and became the real main villain of the arc and stuff, you know. So yeah, he's definitely a lot more better than you know his boss and stuff than Commander Red. It has more of a presence. Ed or Emperor Pilaf and stuff, who are more like joke characters in comparison. So as you know his story, he killed his boss, Commander Red, after he had wasted the majority of their manpower on like people basically are a pointless
Oh,
like stuck up on the he's got the big pink lips and stuff, so I don't like him for that. Okay, well,
kind of became the
give me
true
other
antagonist
reasons
of the
than
Red
just
Ribbon
that
Saga,
because he's
which,
actually a pretty
you know,
solid
the
character.
Red Ribbon Saga
When you
is
really
like
think about
one
it,
of the
solid
most
villain.
iconic storylines in all of the Dragon Ball series, and it's always the
Where
linchpin
he
of
has
where
some kind of
everybody keeps
impact on
returning
the
back to the
series.
Red Ribbon Saga when it comes to the androids, when it comes to Cell, Super 17, whatever. You know, they always kind of return back to the Red Ribbon Saga for some whatever reason. Cell Max, like you name it. But anyways, but if he was meant to be more of a caricature, then he would have been written to be more of a joke, right? Or how some people kind of accept Piccolo, who is an alien, light green skinned slug man who claims to be the Demon King, as black, just because Piccolo has like sort of this like attitude and stuff like that, and he just screams kind of, you know, Black Air Force energy kind of thing. And like I said, we kind of joke about it and stuff, but Piccolo's not black. Like, yeah, I'm like, Piccolo's not black. Okay, guys, like, yeah, some people got to take it a little bit too literal. And this no tolerance kind of, yeah, but Piccolo's not black. It just started off as a joke where, you know, a lot of us, you know, just, you know, some people kind of just took it a little bit too literal.
We all know that Piccolo is darn near black, and the black community adopted Piccolo. That's what I felt like DC Martian Manhunter was, a black character that the black community can adopt.
And even if you want to think that Piccolo is black coded or he's based off of a black person or whatever, Piccolo was still one of Akira Toriyama's favorite characters. I mean, that's kind of the reason why like Piccolo kept. And even if you want to think that Piccolo is black or whatever, and Akira Toriyama intended for that, which he didn't, Piccolo is still like one of Akira Toriyama's like, well, obviously Akira Toriyama's dead now, but up to his death, like Piccolo used to be like Akira Toriyama's favorite character and stuff. That's always why
he kept incorporating Piccolo into like various stuff, like, you know, oh, okay, well, let me give him his redemption arc in the Saiyan Saga after his arc in actually, let me start like this. King Piccolo Saga, we had that. And then his son comes back as Piccolo Jr. and stuff, which is a reincarnation of himself, blah, blah, blah. Then we, you know, let's give him his redemption arc inside the Saiyan Saga. Let's explore his planet again. Like, let's explore his and Kami's home planet and on in the, you know, Namek and Frieza saga. And now we're gonna move past the cells, like the Android and Cell saga a little bit, but going into the Buu saga. Piccolo's kind of around, but he's kind of like sort of a mentor for like Goten and Trunks and stuff. And then, you know, Piccolo kind of fell at the wayside, and then GT, you know, they killed off Piccolo and stuff, and he officially sort of becomes the, or unofficially sort of becomes the new king of hell when you really think about it. Then Super, what does Super do with Piccolo? And then they still kept doing more with Piccolo, trying to make him stronger and stuff like that, which I don't really agree with that choice or that decision to kind of keep making Piccolo more stronger and stuff like that, but whatever, and giving him a new form. But yeah, and that's how we got Dragon Ball Super Superhero. But that's a movie about Gohan and Piccolo.
Kept coming back, whether it was King
But yeah,
Piccolo to
but
Piccolo
you get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, but Akira Toriyama always kept
Jr.,
doing stuff with
the
Piccolo. Like,
Namekians, revisiting a lot of lore, retconning a lot
calling
of lore
Piccolo
and stuff
black
with the
is the same
Namekians,
as
or
calling Knuckles black. They're green and red in the end of the conversation. Yeah, yeah. People like to definitely bring up with the Knuckles thing because Knuckles has dreads, like he has dreadlocks, or whatever, and he was like, you know, he has a rap as a like a rap song as his theme. Like, yeah, he has like, yeah, by Marilyn Saunders, I think. That's Knuckles' rapper. Like, yeah, that's Knuckles' rapper and stuff. Who like, yeah, who voices him and stuff like that inside Sonic Adventures too. Well, not voices him, but voices like, you know, that does the lyrics and stuff. And you know, some people are like, oh, he's black. No, he's not. If anything, Knuckles is technically a descendant of Aztec culture and Mayans and stuff like that.
rehashing stuff like that, whatever,
So he
or
would technically
finding some
be
kind of way to
really
sort of put
Mexican,
Piccolo into the
but
story.
I mean,
Dragon
to each
Ball
his own.
superheroes, like yes, Akira Toriyama, like Piccolo is like actually Akira Toriyama's favorite character. And to use Dragon Ball as like a reference to like, oh, well, this is how the Japanese like to depict black people and stuff. Well, first off, I know Dragon Ball Z is like the most, like one of the most iconic animes in the world and all that stuff. Like, I get that. But you got to also remember too, Dragon Ball was created back in the early 80s. Okay. So, of course, the Japanese aren't going to know, oh, well, what's offensive to black people or what's not offensive to black people.
And yeah, and I'm also saying that too, like for some people that want to use Dragon Ball Z as like an example, I'm like, Dragon Ball Z is not even a modern anime anymore. Yeah, like a lot of people like to watch Dragon Ball Z, or it's like the most, like one of the most iconic mangas and stuff, but that's not really a good representation or a good you know what I mean, generalization of what how anime portrays black people or black characters in there, you know, because it came out back in the 80s and the 90s and stuff, and then obviously we got it a little bit more later, at a later date and stuff when it came to America, but still.
Because it was animated back in the 80s, okay? And even like, yeah, it may have came out in like what, 86 or something, but you also got to know too, like when it comes to animation, especially like hand-drawn cell animation and all that stuff, that stuff can take up to years. So Dragon Ball was already probably in development around like what, 1984 or 1985 probably, and you know, they probably just didn't know. It happens. And by the time Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z came to America, that was like around the 90s to like the 2000s. So, like I said, that's such an outdated like thing like to like bring up and be like, oh, well, anime is racist or anime doesn't depict black characters right. Even though there's plenty of other like animes out there that actually does a better job or has a different style because, you know, like times have changed. All right, so I'm about to talk about a little bit of Street Fighter. This screenshot is not from Street Fighter 2, the animated movie. It's actually from Street Fighter 2V and stuff, which was an anime. It's obviously it's a Street Fighter anime, but yeah, but that TV series was great. It's a different interpretation of Street Fighter, following a little bit more of a younger Ryu and Ken and Chun-Li, traveling the world to find stronger opponents and stuff, and whatnot, and trying to like, you know, find themselves and all that stuff. So it's pretty cool. Definitely a good Street Fighter series. I know Street Fighter is a video game series and not really an anime, although, you know, it has a few anime adaptations. But yeah, this is Balrog from there.
Balrog
talk
is
little
not
bit
a
about
boxer though,
Balrog, since
but
Balrog is,
yeah, in this
he's
version
one of
he's
the
kind of like
main
sort of
black
like, but he
characters
does
inside
still work
Street
for
Fighter
Shadowloo though.
that's usually featured the most, especially since
He's
he's
kind
one
of
of
like a
Bison's
spy
friend
or
generals.
some kind of like, you know.
Street Fighter has a few anime
contractor.
adaptations, and Balrog does have the Sambo lips in some versions, and he's kind of meant because those are the '90s, and he was meant to be like one of Bison's enforcers and the lieutenants of Shadowloo, kind of like Sagat, Vega, Fang, or Birdie. But people are fixated on Balrog's portrayal as a black representation and stuff, but they don't bring up the more
And I
positive
gotta say, this is probably Balrog's best design inside Street Fighter.
characters like, I don't know, Elena, Kimberly, DJ.
Elena, my girl. And so I like Elena's one of my mains inside Street Fighter. Obviously I chose her because of the outfit, but also I like the her fighting style too, her capoeira and stuff, because I like to use characters that are very especially I use a lot of like women or female characters and stuff because they're more nimble and more agile and use like kicking attacks, and I like to use kicking attacks when I play fighting games and stuff. But yeah,
Dudley, positive black
like,
characters from
it's my
Street Fighter.
screenshots from my video game, Street Fighter 6. Kimberly right here and stuff. This is her getting trained by Guy, and in Street Fighter 6 they actually wanted to make Kimberly kind of like the new Chun Li, which when I heard that kind of makes sense though, because Kimberly also has like a revenge kind of arc too, similar to Chun Li, where like Chun Li wants to get revenge on Bison for killing her dad, and Kimberly wants to get revenge on JP for killing her uncle and stuff. So you see the parallels right there.
And I get it. Like these characters aren't really brought up a lot because they were introduced a little bit later, like Street Fighter
Right there.
3 or Street
Mixed
Fighter
up
6
DJs
with
in Street
Kimberly.
Fighter 6.
So Balrog
Street
kind of
Fighter,
is like
Kimberly, her and JP.
he's the most iconic black
I thought that
character
was
in
a cool
Street Fighter,
screenshot.
but I also get he's kind of like the resonant like token, if you will, of like Street Fighter. But
Again, my girl Elena from Street Fighter 3.
and he's also based off of Mike Tyson, so that's also a lot that Balrog has going for him that makes him like the most iconic and whatnot. Like the only character that's been around just as long as like Balrog, as far as like the black character and stuff goes, is really
DJ and
which
Kimberly
is
right
kind of
there.
weird because in that Jean-Claude Van Damme movie, they switched DJ and Balrog's roles where like instead Balrog's actually a good guy in that version, and then DJ is a bad guy working for Shadowloo and kind of has that greedy.
Hang on, let me read this. I think I just head up to play Resident Evil 5 just to offend somebody. After all, the Sheva is my second favorite Resident Evil girl after Ada. Nice. I think I just head up to play Resident Evil 5 just to offend somebody. Yeah, because you know how some of those people are when it comes to Resident Evil 5, where I think the game journalists try to say that the game is racist or something because you kill a lot of African people, even though they're infected with the C virus and they become zombies and all that. But
thing going on that Balrog has, so that's a little, I guess, ironic. But anyways, but to me, Balrog is just a character that I never really had like high expectations for, anyways, because I mean he is what he is. Like he's supposed to be like that brutish enforcer.
Yeah, I'm just saying, for me personally, I never really had like Balrog's an alright character. I mean, I'm not I'm not hating or anything. I never hated the character, but I'm also not like that attached to him either, where I'm like, oh my god, I hate Balrog or whatever and stuff like that, because Balrog, I mean, he's just meant to be like that generic enforcer guy for M. Bison, where okay, he's into money, he's into women, he's into boxing and stuff, a little bit of a generic one-dimensional like personality and stuff, but still
type character. But in the last 3 Street
Like,
Fighter games,
he's a
they've been
bad
actually
guy,
trying to do a lot
What
more
about
with
what?
Balrog's character, more so than what I thought. And that's actually like, they actually like in Street Fighter 4 and like Balrog's ending, they actually like, Balrog had taken in this kid named Ed and stuff. He's supposed to be like a body double for Bison, where
And that's when I also kind of realized too that like, in some of the recent Street Fighter games, they've been trying to do a little bit more, not that much more, but they actually gave Balrog more, like something more than just being a one-dimensional like villain and stuff, where now he has a adopted son that he took care of for a while, and then in Street Fighter 5, him and Ed kind of went their separate ways. But, he taught Ed what he knew, and Ed ended up becoming like the new leader of Neo Shadowloo. So I think that's a pretty big deal, especially for Balrog, because he's the one that like saved Ed, took him in, and they kind of grew attached to each other and stuff. They became like a dad and a son and all that.
where he's got like psycho
And
powers and stuff.
they just went their
And
own
Balrog
separate
was
ways.
like, all right, well, he might be worth some money someday, so I'll see what he can do.
And then in between like Street Fighter 4 and 5, Balrog actually grew kind of attached to Ed, and he just I think it kind of humanizes Balrog more than what people like give him credit for. He took him in, raised him like his own son, and everything. What else has Balrog done? And then we see their dynamic inside Street Fighter 5, right? And then eventually like they went their separate ways, and Balrog, he's not a playable character inside Street Fighter 6. But Ed takes his place and becomes like a downloadable character and everything in there. Just like, and this is a little bit of a side note, but I kind of wish Street Fighter 6. I mean, they definitely do have more legacy characters entering the mix, like Kimberly and Luke and stuff. But I wish they would have brought in like Lian Fan. Yeah, that's Chun-Li's adopted daughter and stuff. She's in the game in the World Tour mode, but I wish they would have made her into a playable character though. That would be pretty interesting. I'm not saying like, oh, well, she has to like replace Chun-Li, but it would be nice to like have her and Chun-Li in there, don't you think? Callie was inside Street Fighter 5. Or crazy idea. Also, I had Mel Masters and stuff. If they had aged up Mel a little bit more, I think that would be cool too. To have Mel, Ken as Ken has a son and stuff with his wife Eliza, and they have like a son Mel and stuff. He's also the nephew to Guile and stuff. I think that would be interesting if Mel is also like a playable character and stuff. If you like, what if Ken because Ken has sort of trained Mel a little bit on how to fight and stuff, but he doesn't know any like the Hadouken or the Shoryuken or anything. But I'm just saying, like, what if Mel became like a playable character inside in Street Fighter? I think that would be pretty interesting too. But those are just some ideas I had when I was like when I first played Street Fighter 6 and I realized what they were doing. And when I read when I was reading the comics and stuff, I was like, that would be kind of interesting. I mean, if you can put in Lily Thunder, T-Hawk's like she's a member from T-Hawk's clan and stuff. If you could put her in and she's like kind of sort of like a child or whatever, I don't know how old she is specifically, but if you can put her in, then why can't you just put in Mel and Lian Fan? That's just my opinion though. Ed, he looks up to Balrog still and whatnot. He's also the leader of Neo Shadow. Have like also became like this badass. Bison and stuff.
Damn it! There's got to be some treasure around here somewhere.
These are Balrog's arcade endings from Street Fighter 4. This is the one from the base game. Where he first meets Ed.
Well, this must be my lucky day.
I remember Ed was not a playable character or anything like that in Street Fighter 4. He was just like, just in Balrog's cutscene, right? And then this is from I think the Super Street Fighter 4 or the arcade edition or whatever. That where Balrog saves Ed.
Hey!
Yes?
What can you do anyway?
Like what?
If you're supposed to be a replacement body for him, you gotta do something. Can you fly or see the future or what?
Oh yeah, Ashes, I forgot to mention too. Like a fourth member that can join Team Chaotix. Possibly Chaos. That would be an interesting idea. What do you think? But anyways, let me continue with this.
I'm sorry. By myself,
You can't do nothing by yourself, huh? Even more worthless than I thought. Well, I saved you, so you better do something for me.
Obviously, Balrog doesn't mean it like that. I added that years later part because I thought that would be a little bit funny. Or a little bit, yeah, like it makes sense. Like, oh, okay, this takes place years later. Well, I mean, it does, obviously, but, wasn't Tatum with the cutscenes that I have in there. But this is from Street Fighter 6. This is Ed's World Story. Ed is inside Street Fighter 5, but I've never played, well, I have played Street Fighter 5. I just never played as Ed, though, or any of the, I just played as the base roster, though.
Damn. Bring it.
Henry Ash's comment. I saw what he said. It's the same as adding Solaris or Dark Gaia into the team. They're all corrupted entities. I wouldn't really compare Chaos to like Solaris or Dark Gaia. I mean, I know what you mean as like their final villains and stuff like that, but like Chaos actually does have sort of a redemption kind of thing, and that is kind of the theme with Team Dark is that the team is full of characters trying to redeem themselves, like Shadow, Rouge, not so much, but you know, Rouge is an anti-hero. Omega, I wouldn't say he's trying to find redemption, but he's just trying to find stuff to blow up. But he was a former like Eggman goon and stuff like that. So you know, part of the E series. So it just makes sense, right? And it's sort of like how like Balrog has really and stuff. It was like very selfless. Like, you know. Yeah, I like this big dude. How he just showed up and hits that guy like, hey. Spider-Man.
We're not finished.
You don't know when to quit. Told you I don't want anything to do with you losers. Get lost.
Badass scene. And you see the transformation from like Ed, where he's like this timid kid, to like this very confident, cocky boxer guy now. And that's all. And you can see his personality and stuff through Balrog too a little bit.
Show up again and I'll punch a hole through you.
And I was gonna originally add that other cutscene from the World Tour mode, but I was like, well, you get the point. And it would have made my video a little bit longer, not that much longer, but still, I'm like, you kind of get what I'm saying though. And as you can see,
So
Balrog
just imagine
right
somebody
here in
with
the
like
background,
M. Bison's
and
powers,
this is,
basically,
again,
but he
looking
fights like
at Shadow,
Balrog, pretty
and,
much.
like Ed just playing some pool.
And I've kind of covered before that in the comics, Balrog actually gave Cody Travers a pretty.
Let me see. Hang on. It's more fitting to have Eggman's children like Adam or even Eve join Team Dark, not necessarily trying to be redeemed, but get revenge on Eggman like Omega. I don't know about that. I mean, Adam, especially Adam. Eve kind of flew off into outer space and is kind of like this whole being that's like, okay, well, she can adapt to just about anything at this point, is like kind of transcended into becoming like this god and everything. So I don't know about her joining Team Dark, and Adam. Adam kind of like branched off and kind of like became all evil and stuff. So I don't know about, again, like, would he really fit in with Shadow, Rouge, and Omega?
Pretty good speech.
And this is from my my free comic book day comic and stuff. It's not online or anything, or I can't find it per se online, like like read comic online. But I kind of scanned it personally and whatnot because I have the comic myself, and I kind of like talked about it and reviewed it a little bit on my channel. But yeah, Balrog talking to Cody and stuff, and him giving this like this pep talk about you need to find a purpose in life and stuff like that.
Which led to him becoming the mayor of
This
Metro
is the
City.
comic guy.
And this is in the
In case anyone wants to look for it.
Street Fighter Final Fight free comic.
It's mostly a story about Cody and stuff from Final Fight and his whole history from like where he started inside Final Fight or after Final Fight until he got caught for like being a vigilante and stuff, and he was messing with the police and everything, and then he gets arrested and he's a criminal, as we see in Street Fighter 4, and then Cody gets out and becomes the mayor of Metro City, much like Mike Hager, who used to be his friend, and Cody's also dating Mike's daughter too. So
comic book day comic. But I'm just saying. So again, where's the maliciousness in the writing?
And also another point too that I was trying to make, it was like, well, like if they're doing all that with Balrog, do you really think that they're trying to make Balrog or like trying to make a statement saying like, oh, I don't like black characters in that case? But it was
And you're probably wondering, well, so what if Balrog had taken in somebody and trained him and stuff and raised him like his own son? I mean,
remember
I feel like that alone kind of
I know
gives
you're
Balrog.
messing with me, Ash. There's no way Jeffrey is joining Team Dark. But I mean, well, it's not impossible. I mean, it's a little bit more of a workable idea, I guess, than compared to Adam and Eve, I suppose, because Jeffrey has worked with Rouge before, and he is sort of a redeemable character and stuff that's been kind of used.
Balrog a lot of depth
in.
and stuff
And
compared to
it's
what
a
he
little
had
more,
before.
like,
And I mean, to be honest, not every character like really needs like a lot of depth or really needs
tender
like
moment to
motivation or
Ed
whatever. I
and,
mean,
Balrog
like sometimes it's
out,
okay to
kind
just
of
be a
big
little bit
fallout.
generic with certain characters and stuff, you know. And I mean, Street Fighter is no short of them, especially with Shadowloo. I mean, the only characters really
It's
that
another comic book from the Street Fighter Unlimited comic book run,
has
which
depth
is
like
like
that is
12
probably M.
issues, where
Bison.
like Guile and Ken end up they end up going to Balrog and stuff for business reasons and stuff, and Balrog
And
just
Sagat,
will fight.
but you know, before that. But I mean, like characters like what Birdie, Fang, or like what Vega and stuff, who's like Balrog's like complete polar opposite. Where like Vega, he's a Spanish ninja and stuff that's always obsessed about his looks and how.
And I'm just being honest. I'm like, if we're really gonna sit up here and say that Balrog is like a terrible character, or say that he's like really, like, oh, he's a problematic, then I'm like, Vega, this guy. I mean, yeah, he's a pretty boy, Spanish ninja guy, but this guy has gone around and has assaulted women, attacked women. Like, he attacked Chun Li and stuff. Remember Street Fighter 2, the movie, where he attacked Chun Li after she had gotten out the shower, or like in the comics and stuff, Vega attacked Ken's wife and stuff. So yeah, and Ken's not really happy about Vega with that. Or in the Street Fighter 2V, which this screenshot is from, like Vega also was antagonizing Chun Li and stuff. He drugged her. He broke into her room and kissed her and everything.
How pretty
Stuff
he
like
is and
that.
stuff like that.
He
And
literally
you know,
killed a bull and cut off the bull's ear and gave it to Chun Li. And it was like,
he usually assaults women.
again,
I mean, I
and
kind of
all that,
prefer Balrog and how he is over Vega,
all that stuff.
even though Vega is an interesting villain.
From the movie, he critically injured Chun Li like this. Like,
But I'm just saying,
it's
like,
pretty
I mean,
bad.
at least Balrog has more redeemable qualities in comparison, right? But anyways, but it's not like, again,
It's from my new game that I just got for my birthday, Capcom Fighting Collection 2 and stuff. It's pretty good.
Balrog's
it's got
like
the
my favorite
SNK
character
stuff,
or
which
anything,
I
or even
played the Street Fighter and SNK. Well, I might have played some of the arcade stuff back in the day, because I remember, I used to go to some bowling alleys when I was younger, and what's his face? They had an arcade for that, but they took it away after a while. So yeah, I never really like owned the games before myself. So that's the beauty of having collection games and stuff. So yeah, I swear to God, I did not know that this was going to automatically choose Vega. I just was going to because I was making a thing where, okay, well, Balrog's got the pink lips and the portraits and stuff. So, and the portraits and all that. And then it randomly just chose Vega and all that.
my main
Balrog to
in
go
Street
over
Fighter,
there.
like my mains would
Hilarious.
usually be like, I don't know,
Because I was
Ryu,
talking
Ken,
about Vega.
Sagat, Ibuki, Elena, or something, like those are usually like my mains inside Street Fighter for the most part, or the characters that I normally go to.
I really love
But
this introduction.
anyways,
that they
let's
have in
continue
this,
back to like the
game.
anime and the black representation. Now let's talk about the big three of anime.
And of course, if I'm going to talk about, black anime characters and stuff inside anime, then of course I have to talk about the pillars of anime itself.
Naruto, One Piece, and Bleach.
Now, I promise you, I got this. I said that, and then when I put up this image and stuff, it fit like a it really fit like a charm, or it fit like a glove when I had said that. Okay, so I recorded the lines first, and then when I got this image and stuff, it really lined it up with what I was saying. Naruto, One Piece, and Bleach, just to throw that out there.
I'll start with One Piece, where most of the black characters have the pink lips. But if you've seen Oda's style, every character is just about as a caricature.
Yeah, and some black characters inside One Piece definitely do have the pink lips and all that. That is true. But, I mean, for the most part, a lot of the characters inside One Piece are caricatures. I mean, literally look at Big Mom and stuff and tell me, oh, well, Big Mom is a good representation for, like, white women or stuff like that. Or overweight white women. You think so?
Like the giants such as Big Mom, or the muscle-bound guys like Frankie.
My boy Frankie.
And despite the features, they're still kind of written like characters like Usopp.
This is from that One Piece movie. this is like the second to last movie of One Piece that they had so far, and I saw this in theaters too. It was really good. But yeah, Usopp definitely had a prominent role in this movie and stuff, and saved Luffy, and also played a little bit of a part in taking down the villain as well.
Yasip,
This guy was like a
Aokiji,
rival to Gold Roger.
Mr. One, Diaz the Bones, Tetch, Blackbeard. Usopp is
Mr. Five. I forgot to mention Mr. Five, or I forgot about Mr. Five, and then I saw the One Piece thing. I was like, oh yeah, Mr. Five. I forgot he is black, because yeah, I'm just saying there are like
South African on his dad's side, but he gets his long nose from his mom. But Usopp is like the most resourceful member of the Straw Hats and one of Luffy's best friends. So I'm like, so if he was meant to be a racist caricature, wouldn't Usopp be like, kind of like, oh, a constant, like, well, he is a sort of a comedic type of character, but still,
really bad.
but they wouldn't really put this
It's
much
actually more
effort
badass than some of the stuff I show later on from the other characters. So I'm like,
into writing
all
his
that
character, though,
stuff.
right? Or make him a member of the crew. And then, of course, his dad, Yasip, he has a bit of a
Yasip
gone.
black. Usopp is biracial, technically speaking, because his mom, I think she's white or fair skinned, because Usopp gets the long nose and stuff from his mom, but he gets his skin tone and everything from his dad because his dad is his dad Yasip is the one that's South African.
Gene kind of relationship with, like how they have it inside Hunter x Hunter. That's the kind of thing that Usopp and Yasip kind of have. But, where Usopp admires his dad and stuff, despite never really meeting him, being a great pirate and stuff, and being a part of Shanks' legendary crew. Yasip is pretty a big deal for that.
Like a decade later.
And the best sniper inside One Piece so far right now. And so eventually Usopp will like probably surpass him, but still. Then of course you have Aokiji.
And Yasip, I know he's not exactly active or around there with like Usopp, but like Yasip, I mean I understand too because Yasip's a part of Red Hair Shanks' crew. And you would think like, yeah, the government and all that stuff will, like if Yasip was in Usopp's life like that, like when he was a kid, that would probably put Usopp probably in a lot of danger and stuff if he was around because, the government and all that stuff would probably be after him or whatever, trying to eliminate his family bloodline and all that stuff. Like, you saw how crazy they went over Ace. So yeah, they would definitely be like that with Shanks and his crew. So that's why I understand why sometimes some of these pirates and stuff, they can't exactly have or lead a normal life or whatever once they make it big.
Before he kind of stepped down, he used to be like kind of my favorite admiral and all that. Or you have Diaz.
Yeah, I like how Aokiji. I mean, it's not because he's black or anything, but I liked how Aokiji was like kind of such a cool admiral and stuff. Like he was a really chill and nice guy, despite being like an enemy of the Straw Hats and stuff. And he even like even though he overpowered Luffy and the others and stuff, he decided to like well, I still owe you guys a favor for catching in crocodiles, so I'll let you guys, I'll I won't capture you guys and I'll let you guys off the hook, but let that be like Aikanu or something like that. Oh yeah, or Kasaru, man, the Straw Hats would have been done after that. They would have been caught for sure if this was Aokiji or Fujitora and stuff. Which I kind of like Fujitora as well. Mr. One right here.
One of Crocodile's strongest pirates after himself.
Mr.
And he actually had a pretty good and brutal fight with Zoro. So that's a pretty big deal. Or Marshall D.
They took out the blood, but
he's kind of being developed
Blackbeard
to be like Luffy's ultimate rival because he's Blackbeard. Now let's move on to Naruto.
And he's being built up to be like, Luffy's ultimate rival and villain.
Depiction of black people. Now a lot of the black characters,
the first one, aka the third Raikage and stuff, he had a pretty good fight with Naruto. And on top of that, this guy was just as powerful as a tailed beast as the Eight Tails.
This stem from the Cloud Village, like the third and the fourth Raikages, or Dorai, who's the fifth.
Again, the fourth Raikage, the son.
Raikage, or Karui, and of course Killer Bee himself. And let's not forget
Durai,
how Karui has a daughter with Choji, Chocho,
Raikage,
where they actually the three of them live in the village together.
This guy,
or Fu, the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, who like
Jofu, but Karui again, Chocho, and I know how people feel about
Boruto,
but I'm not gonna lie to you.
Chocho
is one of my favorite characters
because
from Boruto. Look how cute her and Choji live together as the as the daughter and the dad, But but yeah, Chocho, she's actually one of my favorite characters from Boruto and stuff. I just like, especially from like the Naruto Gaiden thing, where what's his face, where she was kind of a good supporting character in that. So yeah, I mean, yeah, and she's a good friend to Sarda and everything. So I think JoJo's all right. And I'm not saying that because she's black or whatever and stuff like that. No, I think she's actually a pretty decent character and stuff for the most part. And I also like Choji. I always liked Choji as a character growing up too. I kind of wished he had his Naruto Shippuden design where he, you know, had the red and the spiky hair and all that, and kind of looked like a straight up hedgehog. But you know, it is what it is.
They kind of use as a plot device to kind of like, you know, for the Akatsuki and stuff to, you know,
They
to
kind of went
tell
back
peace
with his
and all
more
that. And
part
since,
one
you
look,
know, they had to die
green
for
and all
that.
that.
They kind of got the short end of the stick for, you know. And of
Two brothers and stuff versus Kasame.
course, my favorite black character
And you
of the
guys already know who my favorite black character is from Naruto.
Naruto universe is Killer Bee. So some people kind of complain about how he's always like rapping and stuff because it's stereotypical, but I actually like his upbeat and
Yeah, that's always something that people always complain about. They'd be like, "Oh, well, I don't like Killer Bee because he's always rapping and stuff, or he's just stereotypical." Look, it's funny, it's quirky. A lot of characters in anime always have quirks like that. It happens. All right, it's not that big of a deal.
positive behavior. Yes, it's quirky, but a lot of anime characters have quirks. He also is a mentor and a
I think Killer Bee is a pretty fun, easygoing kind of character and stuff. Like who, like how can you not like the character? You know?
surrogate uncle actually to the main hero himself, Naruto. So I'm like, yeah, I'm like, you still have that. Like, doesn't Naruto not look up to Killer Bee or that fist bump thing about bonding and stuff? Didn't Naruto make that into his own thing now? After Killer Bee has showed him where he does that with like he did that with Kurama or Kurama when they were sharing each other's chakra, or you know, or like didn't he not do it with Boruto when he was congratulating him on the shooting exams? So I'm just saying, like it became Naruto's like you know sign of affection and stuff with a lot of people showing you his bond.
You know, I remember my goddad once teaching me how to fist bump too. And whatnot. Yeah, he was a tall, black, dark skinned man. But anyways, but yeah, but Killer Bee, I'm just saying though, like yeah, he's a pretty cool character, and he taught Naruto a lot and stuff. Like even the fist bump thing. I mean, it's not like Naruto doesn't understand the concept of a fist bump, but he did that a lot more after like Killer Bee showed him. That's how you know show your bond or your affection for somebody.
You know, I don't remember that happening.
And one of my favorite scenes from Killer Bee was when he was you know saying how much Matsui is his best friend and everything, and how they always got along and whatnot. And Matsui always felt guilty because Matsui is a friend of Bee's from the Cloud Village and stuff. And Matsui, his parents were killed by the Eight Tails and stuff before he was sealed away, you know, into Bee and stuff. So Matsui always had a hatred and resentment for like Bee when they were kids at one point, and he tried to kill Bee, but Bee, you know, stopped him or whatever. Whether it was intentional or not, it kind of looked like it was unintentional, but I think it was probably intentional. And then ever since then, like, you know, Bee and Matsui have still been like cool friends, and Bee always like, you know, always like, you know, seeing Matsui as his best friend, and Matsui like always had some kind of guilt over that kind of thing.
That I do remember is Motui and me. Motui and me. Motui and me spending time together, training hard like birds of a feather. We made mistakes, but it was no disaster. And we were always bursting into laughter. The two of us smiling, best of friends forever. The times Motui and me spent together.
Awesome! Yeah! Yeah!
Then Bleach might have arguably some of the best representation out of the big three, with characters like Yoruichi.
Oh yeah, and trust me, yeah, we all know Yoruichi. Bleach definitely got a lot of fine women inside. Yeah, whether it be Orihime, whether it be Rangiku, whether it be Yoruichi, bro, everybody, yeah. Everyone's favorite dark skinned cat girl, Yoruichi, bro.
Yoshiro,
I don't know who you're talking about.
Nimiya, if I'm saying his name right, Espada number
Nimiya,
3 or
the guy
Tosin.
from,
Yeah, they may have not be traditionally African.
Yeah, I watch Bleach. Okay, I'm not a huge Bleach fan. I mean, Bleach is like between the big three, obviously Naruto is my favorite. Then I would say One Piece and then Bleach. But a lot of people kind of sleep on Bleach. I actually do like the series and stuff. I need to actually probably go back and rewatch some of the stuff. But yeah, I was watching Thousand Year War. But you know, just like how I'm doing with Dragon Ball Z and stuff, I need to like sometimes with some animes and stuff, you need like a little bit of a refresher. Like sometimes, like you know, go back and just like reminisce on like old stuff and stuff. You know, and I want to kind of do that with the first arc of Bleach because it's been a while. Because I mean, I have watched like majority of all of Bleach and stuff, but I kind of like you know, I want to go back to that first arc though because it was like you know, kind of setting up or like that's how you know we got an introduction to all these characters and stuff.
African American because
Anyways,
most of them are
continue.
Soul Reapers, but they're still like in high like level positions of power or play like a prominent role.
And yeah, like I said, a lot of these characters are like in high positions of powers, whether they're princesses, a part of a powerful unit, masters, whatever, mentors.
Into like the
Even
soul.
inside Naruto or even One Piece and stuff, like a lot of these characters, yeah, like that's a thing, you know. So I'm like, there's the authenticity inside the black characters, you know. Continue.
Story or have a like a pretty cool design. Like Yoruichi and her brother, like being kind of considered to be royalty. Like, isn't Yoruichi not referred to as a princess and stuff, or wasn't she not the leader of like that stealth squad? And she was also the mentor,
I had to
just
grab
like how
screenshots where Yoruichi was when she hoisted up Ichigo after he was defeated. It was like in 3 days, I'll make him more stronger than you.
he is to Naruto. Wasn't she also not a mentor to Ichigo at one point? So, and the same thing with Namiya, who you know he trained with Ichigo and stuff, and he's actually one of the strongest characters in the series
In
because he's a
Thousand
part
Year
of
War.
Squad Zero. And if that's the big three, then the same can be said about most anime.
After covering the big three, had to talk about Shaman King and stuff. Yeah, what do you guys know about that Shaman King? Shaman King's not like my favorite anime or anything, but you know, I kind of have like you know I read the manga and stuff when I was a kid a little bit, and then at one point I decided, all right, well let me watch the entire anime then. So I watched the entire anime. Fortunately, it kind of ended off on a cliffhanger, and then around like 2021, they released a reboot series of the of Shaman King that follows the manga and stuff. So that was nice. So we finally got that. So that was great to see how that ended and stuff because I was a little bit I didn't know where to even start with the manga of where to like you know
Shaman King is a classic 90s to 2000s anime
where it derails.
where one of the main characters, Choco Love McDonald, originally Choco did kind of have the pink lips, and he actually does have like a gangster background, which you might find that to be a little bit problematic too.
And yeah, I mean, and Shaman King, I think it came out in the 90s or 2000. It's set around there, but in the time period is set in like canonically in the 2000s and stuff. So Yo and his friends are born in like the 80s, like the late 80s and stuff. So yeah,
But Choco was a young
86
gang
or
member
88.
who lost his parents on Christmas, and one day he kind of killed an innocent man because of how much he hated the holidays. Then, after like an old man had actually humbled Choco, he trained with him inside Africa to become a shaman. And during the series, Choco is this jokester-like character who's very free-spirited and outgoing person. Eventually, like yeah, his sins do kind of catch up to him.
And that's the thing too is like yeah, Choco is a very fun-loving and a cool character and stuff. Yeah, he's probably up there on my top for best Shaman King characters and stuff. But yeah, he's a very fun-loving and a jokey character. Like when he's like introduced to you, but when you like get into his origin and stuff, you're like, oh, I didn't know Choco would have like a dark origin like that or a dark story and stuff because of how you know how he is and stuff. You know that he's you know he was originally a gangster and he actually killed an innocent man of all people and stuff like that. And then you know later on, Choco had to pay the consequences for that.
After what he had did, and he's kind of killed by that man's children, and he's you know like yeah, that he had murdered, but he comes back to life. He gets stronger than ever, and
This
he
is
you know, as an atonement for
Choco's
what he had
death right
done,
here.
he you know wishes to come back but blind, which enhances his senses like a Daredevil type of thing.
So
But
like
yeah,
think of Choco kind of like a combination of like Daredevil, Black Panther, and maybe a little bit of Luke Cage and stuff. And that's kind of like how his like what his character is a little bit like, you know, in a way with his origin and everything, kind of like you know.
yeah. And outside of his like story, he also has some cool
This
powers
is
like
Choco
super
when he
speed,
reveals to Yo that he's blind
aerial kinesis,
and
like he can
everything.
control the air, the wind, and he's the spirit of the wind. and he has like this little jaguar avatar like spirit. So look, yeah, he's blind now. So, and at one point, he was actually stronger than the main character himself, Yo. And I know that kind of contradicts what I said about atonement. And he was saying, "Well, I didn't really do this for an atonement reason. I just did it because I just thought, what, I just wanted to make them laugh." And that is Choco. He likes to make people laugh and he likes to spread joy and stuff like that. That's kind of like his character and stuff. It's also part of his upbringing and his final battle against Hal. What's happened to him? Yeah, they also kind of took away the pink lips and stuff inside the 2021 reboot. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that too. Well, in this but yeah, in the 2021 one, he had the big pink lips and all that stuff in the original like 2000 show. They used to be on like JetX, and now he doesn't have that anymore in the reboot because they just took it away. 20 years after learning it was kind of problematic, but still, that's a pretty big deal right there. That's a pretty decent black character right here, though. Right?
So I have a controversial opinion about Choco.
When you search up Choco's name, with Shaman King and stuff, this guy pops up, and I think he also made a very good point. It really feels like he made he feels like he's a legit fan of like Shaman King and this character and everything.
I'll put out there, he's one of my favorite characters. I don't mind the.
I kind of almost got a copyright strike, so I had to remove the background music that he was playing or whatever.
The way that he's depicted.
But at least I was able to keep the scene in here though, so I'm grateful for that.
Because if you see that character, and this is why I hate like Twitter culture. If you see that character in a vacuum, it's like, okay, it's kind of offensive. But if you actually
from Pokemon,
Okay.
the lips thing,
But if you read the story and you realize that Choco is not the only black character in Shaman King, it's like maybe this was intentional, and maybe the author was trying to subvert your expectations about what it means. He's one of the best written black characters we have, and nobody talks about.
Then there's other animes like Soul Eater, like Sid, which Sid is the adopted dad of Black Star, and he's one of the teachers. Sid is in fact black, but Sid adopted dad. And let's be honest, Sid also has a pretty cool design too. And yeah, I know Sid is now a zombie Black Star, and stuff like that. Or whatever. Sid is in fact he's still pretty awesome though. Sid, he gets killed cool originally in the beginning, and then he comes back to life as like a zombie. So that's kind of what he looks like with the blue skin and stuff. But Nagisa or Mira and stuff, he's also pretty, yeah, too. Yes, Sid is still black. Look. Then there's Mira and stuff, his partner. Then there's Killick Rung and his partners Fire and Thunder. Yeah, Killick's black. Yeah, Soul Eater had a lot of cool black characters in there and stuff. But yeah, Fire, he's the male twin, and Thunder, she's the female twin. But yeah, they're his weapons. Pot of and then, fire. Of course, you have Berserk, like Casca, Guts' main love interest, or Casca. I think that was a really beautiful screenshot and stuff. I wasn't really I didn't know what to literally choose, but I chose that screenshot where she was, I think she was wiping the blood off of Guts' face, and this is when they were trying to save Griffith, and Guts killed that kid or something, and Guts was wigging out, and Casca was trying to keep him calm. Again, that's a good character right there. Or Pippin. I think he's black. See? Pippin, who was one of Guts' best friends. Then you have Sprocket from Beautiful Joe. Yeah, Sprocket. A lot of people probably don't know about that Beautiful Joe, but Sprocket is also a black character that was an assistant to Captain Blue. Valkyrie Yuna from Eden Zero. I was talking about it a while ago how, back on my channel when I was talking about Eden Zero. Yeah, Valkyrie, even though she kind of died, but spoiler alert, she's kind of back to life inside Eden Zero in a different timeline and stuff like that. You'll have to watch Eden Zero to understand what I'm saying. But yeah, Valkyrie. Rocklock. Yeah, she is black too, because even though this is an android or whatever, a cyborg sort of ish, she is she does have a human counterpart, her and her the other shining stars of the Eden Zero. From and possibly Mirko from My Hero Academia. Those are dark-skinned characters right there. Rocklock. You have Brock's dad and stuff as well. Mirko. Possibly from Pokemon and stuff, where they might be considered to be black. They had to go as far as to literally change Brock, or not change Brock, but they had to take him out of the story. in order to
They thought
introduce
Brock was
Tracy
being offensive
because
to
I
black
believe,
people. Brock's dad.
some people like the Japanese
They
thought that
thought Brock
black
was
people
being
found
offensive
Brock
to
to be
black people,
offensive
so they
and
have,
like
all right,
Brock more than
well, I
Tracy,
guess we'll
so
just
they
take
had to
out Brock
bring him
then if
back
he's offensive.
over Tracy, right?
But then
I'm
again,
just saying.
you could probably also make the argument that, okay, well, that would mean that Mr. Popo was black because they try to censor him. But anyways, let me continue.
And then, of course, in Pokemon, you also have Iris, you have Hop, you have Leon.
Yeah, those are other definitely official black hairs. Iris, Hop, Nissa.
You have Nissa from
I'm probably
Pokemon.
not going in order here.
And I'm
as
sure
far
if
as,
you
like,
actually look
screenshots
around for
go.
animes like Fire
Iris
Force and stuff
from
or
Black
Black
and White.
Clover, they also have black characters too. And
The
the reason why
champion,
black
the
anime
Pokemon
characters
champion,
like had the pink lips in
Leon.
the past was because their borders
Canary.
were like Japan's
I probably wasn't naming black characters after that, but still.
borders was closed a long time ago.
Canary.
Unlike today, so
My boy
the only
Abdul.
frame of reference they really had was the cartoons and the
Even if
comics
he was the first to
that made
die,
its
but
way to
still,
the east.
that dude from I almost said Black Clover, from Sword Art Online, the bartender guy.
The world is a different place from what it was 60 years ago, where we couldn't really
My boy Hasselberry from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
connect or communicate online or overseas. And if black people are such a
Axel
minority over
Brody.
here in America, then they're definitely a rarity over in Japan. So
Martha from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. Yusei's adopted mom, by the way.
how would you kind of know how would they know our sensibilities from across the world if they're not, here to find
This chick from Black Clover.
out? And that's not to say that there's no racism
Not really a huge fan of her, to be honest, though. But
at
still,
all inside Asia, because
she was definitely like, yeah, I haven't seen all of Fire Force, but I definitely remember her. She's black, right? And stuff, and people definitely like love that fan service with her in Fire Force.
I mean, every race has a history of judging based off of race, especially Africans. But
Dutch from Black Lagoon. Have not seen Black Lagoon, but still,
I don't think that it's like, that deep
I
as
need to
people are
watch it
trying to
now.
make it seem like it is.
I was watching Dr. Stone, and I was like also like coming across, oh look, some black guys right here. Carlos. Now, do I want there to be like an abundance of black representation in anime? No. That's kind of like, when people were complaining about, oh, there's not enough black characters inside Super Smash Bros. I don't care I think her name was Charlotte from Cowboy Bebop.
if there's not enough black characters like that inside Super Smash Brothers. I mean, the only black character I can think
Again,
of
Fire Force.
that's in Super Smash Brothers
There's
is probably
another-
Rodon, but I can't think of any like character that I would personally
Rodon.
myself put
And Rodon's an assist trophy inside Super Smash Brothers, but still.
inside Super Smash Brothers that's associated with this video game series. What, Barrett or something from Final Fantasy? I mean, you already got Cloud Strife and
Barrett, yeah.
you already got Sephiroth. Like, come on. Or you already got like Jin, not Jin. You have
I thought that was funny. That I didn't even bother to re-record that line. I just thought it was just funny to have it for the sake of having it. But yeah, I was like, oh yeah, I was trying to think. Jin? No, who was it? Kazuya.
Kazuya. Yeah, you have Kazuya. You got Sonic, of course, Cloud Strife.
But I'm just saying, like, those are the kind of characters that people want in Smash. They don't care about, oh, why we need some black representation. Who the hell cares?
Oh, I already said Cloud. You have Sora.
People are
Pac-
gonna want, like, let's say in Smash, right, Final Fantasy characters. They're gonna probably be like, well, I want Tifa in there over Barrett. You know what I mean? Oh, Barrett's cool and all, but like, you're thinking about like, iconic characters and stuff more so. than
Man,
not.
those are the kind of characters that people want to see in Smash. We don't care about black
Or not like
representation
Tekken, like, oh, I want Eddie Gordo or I want Leroy in there.
like that. I mean, is it nice to see, to get a little black representation in anime and stuff like that every now and then? Yeah, it's kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie, I like having cool black anime characters and stuff.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I do like having cool black. I swear to God, I'm almost finished, but I do like having cool black anime characters.
Like I said, it's not really needed, and I can definitely see outside my race. But I'm just saying, like, it's not really.
Hang on. I think he's Indian. Who, Brock? Possibly, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, Brock looks South Asian. Again, possibility. The one Black Clover doesn't look like she's black. She's black. I know that for sure. She's definitely black. Charlotte is black. Yep. Yoruichi looks more like a dark-skinned Asian rather than black. I mean, nah, she's black, man. I don't know about a dark-skinned Asian though. Or maybe she might, but remember, she's a Soul Reaper too, so she doesn't have a definitive like nationality, but she's still a dark-skinned woman though. Her and her family.
really that much of a necessity, though.
And
And are there definitely shows out
that most Soul Reapers are kind of like, that are black, or most black heroes in Bleach are Soul Reapers, or something else like African American or anything, but still out there with like a black led character and stuff. Yes, there's definitely animes out there with black led characters. Not a lot. I said like yeah, like I said, like there's like, oh, you can just find any, yeah, but Afro Samurai. But I mean, stuff like Afro Samurai, that's a short anime series, like where Samuel L. Jackson literally voices Afro. Or you got Michiko and Hachin. Have still not have seen this. I know Fierce Sympathetic Black Queen has been talking about this anime. I still need to watch it, but yeah, yeah, Michiko and Hachin, which I have not watched the anime yet, but I heard good things about it and stuff. That's a black, like there's a black female character in there and stuff. I think that's Michiko, if I'm not mistaken. Even though she's Afro-Brazilian, but still, that's yeah, black. And yeah, maybe there might be some obscure anime series out there that I've never heard of that has a black-led anime character. I mean, I haven't seen every anime like that, to be honest. I've seen a lot, but I haven't seen like every anime character, like, or every anime out there, but there probably is one out there. And if you really want a black anime, like a black-led anime character so badly, and like I said, if it really bothers some people that if they don't, if they want like more representation or like, oh, I want a black anime character and stuff, then there's stuff out there like, you know, the Saturday morning stuff where you can support and stuff where they focus on diversity and stuff inside like manga. It's its own manga publishing thing. Yeah, some people will be like, well, I don't think that's authentic. It still kind of counts. It's part of the manga style, the genre, everything. And definitely support the black content creators or people that want to do more diverse things and stuff with Western mangas and stuff. I mean, there's stuff out there like the Saturday Morning AM series where they got stuff like Apple Black or Clock Striker. I was reading Clock Striker a little while ago and stuff. That's about a black female disabled girl cast right here from Clock Striker and stuff. It's a pretty nice story for the most part. I know it got into some it got a little backlash or controversy because the creator was trying to like, you know, but he was just trying to put that out there so people can check out his thing. I don't think he was trying really hard to pander and stuff like people thought he was. Or of course, you know, you can check out Corey X Kenshin and Corey X Kenshin Black. Did he not, you know, step away from like, you know, being on social media for like the side of things? If you want people to like to check out something, then go check it out. Like a year. And this man, Corey X Kenshin, which I might actually like, I didn't think about this until I made this video, but I was like, you know what? Yeah, let me get his manga or whatever. Or actually, no. Well, yeah. I came back with like a fully ready like manga out the blue, and everybody was like, holy shit. You know? But yeah, you could definitely support Corey X Kenshin or support RDC World and their whole Imagine That on it. But you know, why not give it a chance? Myself series and stuff. They were doing like RDC Worlds is Imagine That series where they wanted like they did their own short film about an idea that they were like working on for like their so-called like manga or anime or whatever. And they also like mentioned other stuff too, like I think Black Lights or whatever and stuff like that. But yeah, because they were talking about even though this has like 1 million views on like their YouTube channel and stuff, which is a little bit less than what they normally get. And granted, I ain't gonna lie, I haven't really like I checked it out a couple of times, but it's not like something that's as watched as like their anime house or video game house stuff. But you know, they want to do their own manga and stuff called Imagine That, and they even did a short film about Imagine That. You know, like yeah, it's not exactly the most highest viewed video that they have. It's like it's got 1 million views, which is still pretty high. I mean, definitely compared to me, but I'm just saying, like. You know, not like compared to their other videos, which is like mostly like parody stuff of like anime or video games or whatever, you know. Yeah. It's not as big as that, but it's still go show them some kind of support if you really desire like some black led or whatever, you know, or even make the Stallions anime and stuff that she's making, even though I kind of cringed a lot. I was like, oh my God. And I think I saw somebody too that said like, oh God, this is going to set black people back. Yeah, it will. And trust me, I can handle fan service and anime, but the stuff that make the Stallion with her hotties thing was showing, I was like, oh God, this is oh God, this is pretty weird at some parts. And I'm just also like, oh, making the Stallion's doing her own anime. Well, good for her. Like it's like the main character. Like, but anyways, yeah. So some of that stuff may be like, you know, definitely Western, but hey, look, I mean, anime is not really just limited to just Japan, or you have to be Japanese in order to make anime. I mean, anime. And I was reading this book by Akira Toriyama's former editor, Torishima and stuff. And he was kind of, and this is kind of what he said too, that he was saying like, honestly, you don't need to be Japanese to make anime, or you don't have to produce manga or whatever inside Japan for it to be anime or manga and stuff. That's exactly his words in the book.
Is more of an art style or a genre, pretty much. And, you know, like just like any other art style, like even like let's take American comics for example, like art
And I
styles
liked how I brought up all these artists and stuff.
tend to evolve over time. Like, you know, Jack Kirby or Bill
Kirby.
Everett or Steve Ditko, they used to draw black
Bill Everett,
characters or
creator of Namor and Daredevil. I think this is Steve Ditko's.
whatever in a
Sure,
certain type
yep.
of way. Not like it's meant to be offensive. Like, you know, sometimes like some black characters were colored in grayish with like grayish skin because that was the only colors they had available.
My point is like, you know, it's the same thing with the Japanese having the big pink lips thing with the black characters and stuff. Was they just thought, okay, well, that's I guess how black people were portrayed in cartoons and stuff. And remember, anime pulls a lot of influence from Disney and stuff in general. So whatever they see, they're like, oh, okay, well, I guess we can kind of like, you know, right. But it's not meant to be like, I don't think it's meant to be offensive or whatever. Just like how this right here isn't meant to be offensive, like with T'Challa having grayish kind of skin or whatever. That's just the colors they had available at the time. And this is the first time they produced a character having dark skin in
But,
comics.
you know, we evolve over time with the technology and with like, you know, the progression of art
Black
where, you know, you get to like what from them to like your John Romita seniors
John Romita Sr.
to your like your I don't know, your Frank
This is Neil Adams.
Millers to like your Neil Adams or Dennis O'Neil or
I was mistaken. Dennis O'Neil is not an artist, but my fault on that. I was just rambling.
George Perez to like the 90s with
George Perez. How he drew
Todd
Cyborg.
McFarlane to
Todd
like I don't
McFarlane.
know, Jim Lee or Alex Ross eventually, you know. So
Jim
art
Lee.
is always constantly like evolving, okay? And it's the same thing too with anime where yeah, anime started
Alex
off with a
Ross.
certain art style back in like the 60s and the 70s and so on where
And these are just
Asuma-
styles of how they
Asuma
drew
Tezuka,
their characters and
that
stuff.
was like
where they just looked a certain type of way.
you know his art style like he had a lot of like
Versus
mangas and
like
a lot of animes and stuff
diversifying
and
like
a
certain
lot of people
art
tried to
styles.
like you know imitate that and then eventually a lot of people branched off did their own thing and that's how we have like a lot of these various different art styles that we have today, right? So yeah, it's not meant to be like oh this is
Hillman,
offensive or
Hellsing,
this is meant to be offensive to black
Sure,
people or whatever, because if
Ragnarok.
that was the case then they wouldn't go as far as to like go out of their way to try and course
Demon
correct
Slayer.
now or do it at least definitely after the 2000s, right? It's almost no different from
Them trying to course correct. This is Officer Black from the Path to Power Dragon Ball movie.
like oh you know sometimes some people might especially older people might call like a Native American an Indian and stuff when that's not exactly the appropriate term or you know there's stuff like even like let's say me like I'm a grown man in his 20s and I don't really know like Japanese or Chinese or Korean history like that, like you know at least I wasn't taught that back in like high school, right? And once I like you know started watching some movies like I don't know Ip
Yeah, they
Man
don't
or
teach you. What I'm trying to get at is like they don't teach you stuff overseas like that. Maybe a little, but they won't tell you like the full like what happens in their history like that per se, unless it's like connected to your like unless it's connected to like your history or whatever, like you know, so and so. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, I didn't learn that in school. Maybe you can probably learn that in college, but I didn't learn that until I watched this movie. That oh, the Japanese used to oppress the Chinese and the Koreans and stuff, or until I started reading like other books and stuff or whatever. Like,
the
oh damn,
Fist of
the
Fury and
Japanese are
stuff,
really
they would
like
actually
that.
talk about how like you know at one point in time, like back in like the
But
probably
what can
before
I
the
say? The school
1940s,
system, right?
like
So how
Japan
can I
actually
expect this
conquered
no less
the
Japanese
Asian
school
states.
system?
Japan had actually conquered
Say again.
China and Korea, right? And I didn't learn that in school. So
From
how would
Soldier
like
Knight.
if I didn't learn stuff like you know stuff like that in
My
school,
girl Valkyrie and
how
my
would
girl
like the
Hawkbra.
Japanese know what's going on
One
over
of my
here in
favorite characters
America
from
like that?
Eden Zero.
But that's just something I wanted to point out.
And again,
But
also me showing like how like these black characters right here. Let me go back a little bit,
they
where
actually
you have
conquered China
you
and
know black
Korea,
characters
right?
that are
And
mentors,
I didn't learn that in school.
teachers,
So how would like if I didn't learn stuff like you know stuff like that
Valkyrie,
in school,
master, friend,
how would like the
her
Japanese
mom,
know what's going
and
on
stuff.
over here in America
You
like
know,
that?
well, not
But that's
biologically,
just
but
something I
still.
wanted to point out. But anyways, tell me down below what you guys think.
Smokey and stuff. He became the first black mayor in Georgia. And Jojo
And if you have a favorite black anime character,
this is Joko and stuff from Shaman King. As he's older now. Feel free to tell me about it. I would like to hear about it. But yeah, that just ended off like that. All right. Well, I'm gonna probably end things here. Let me read some of these last comments before I go. I'm a quarter Filipino and have dark skin. Nice. But I guess you're trying to make the point about Yoruichi and stuff and the whole her having dark skin. Yeah, I mean, regardless though, she's still, like I said, we've all kind of accepted that she's just, she's a black woman. It is what it is. Or she's definitely a dark skinned character. She's not, black doesn't automatically mean like African American though. But, like the Cambodians along the Filipinos, Polynesians who are dark skins, Asians. I'm a quarter Filipino, have dark skin. The whole woke witch hunting reminds me, imagine like the 2012 TMNT was accused now of making Bebop and Rocksteady Russian because current world stuff. Ooh, that means that Zero is a Russian KGB spy. Damn. Yeah, they probably would antagonize Zero over something like that. Or now imagine if like Rocksteady was like Israeli and stuff. They'd be like, oh my god, they're trying to depict Israelis terribly and stuff like that. I don't have a Filipino dark skin, but my grandmother from my mom's side is part Filipino. Nice. But anyways, yeah, people definitely do straw man or do dumb stuff like that. So I'm just saying, like, I don't think like it's really meant to be taken like offense to anything, but it is what it is. Anyways, it is about 1 o'clock, and I should be really in bed about now. And obviously, you can tell by my motor functions and me kind of not speaking super loud because some of my family, like one of my family members, is asleep right now and stuff like that, and our family dog. So I gotta, brush my teeth, change my clothes, hop in the bed, call it a night and stuff. Yeah, so it was a nice stream with you guys. It definitely had a lot of people come through. I know a lot of us definitely did not definitely did kind of disagree with some of the political stuff, but I had to hash that out because that's always got to be a thing. Or hell, I want to at least be forward and honest with some of you guys and stuff. Be like, all right, well, look, I'm not the type of guy that likes to cut off relationships and stuff, or cut off people because they disagree with my political takes or whatever. But I definitely used to have like a lot of people, like friends on Facebook and stuff, that I was friends online for years and stuff. And then once they all went to college and they got all political and stuff, they decided, oh, you know what? Let me talk all this trash about, and then it's like, feels like, okay, so are you indirectly insulting me? Oh, now, like, are you just going to indirectly insult me now? Or, or I would like say something that's like, all right, well, I kind of disagree with that, and here's why. And then they'll like take it so personal. And I'm like, all right, well, fuck you guys, or whatever. And we'll just go our separate ways or whatever. Or sometimes it might end up in blocking or whatever. I don't block people, but it can go that way too. So I'd be like, all right, well, that's it. That's all she wrote, But anyways, but yeah, and it was definitely fun talking about this, and we're talking about my thought processes, especially with my animation and whatnot, to tell you guys about that, the behind the scenes. But anyways, this is the Kage Level Fox. I'm out. Peace, and until we meet again.